this extra envelope.
All right. So before I officially call the meeting to order, obviously this is a slightly earlier start time for one of our regular meetings, and that is because we have a very full agenda, including 6 public hearings. So I will make note for my fellow councilors, we're going to try to move quickly through this first hour of business. The goal is to be able to take a break for committee work and be back before the 7:30 public hearing. Subcommittee chairs will be working on getting back into the pre-COVID pattern where any substantive conversation in subcommittee will happen on second and fourth Mondays. And so chairs of subcommittees may be determining that there'll be things that we won't take up this evening because they will be scheduled for conversations so that we can come back and get routine business out tonight. As I said, we have 6 public hearings. There are sign-up sheets in front of Ms. Kent. I'll refer to that all again, and we'll get right to it. Kim is ready with BevCam. Thank you very much. So here we go. I will officially call to order this regular City Council meeting of the Beverly City Council, Monday, December 5th, 2022, 6:30 p.m. Ms. Kent, will you please call the roll?
Bowen? Here. Crowley?
Here.
Feldman? Here. Houseman? Rand?
Here.
Rotundo?
Here.
St. Hilaire?
Here.
Sweeney?
Here.
And Flowers.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Kent. Councillor St. Hilaire, I'm going to ask you to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, but invite us all to remain standing for a moment of silence for Mr. Robert Michel, who was a 50-year administrator at Beverly Public Schools and Landmark School as well, who died recently.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor St. Hilaire, for leading us in the pledge. And as I said, I do want to note our moment of silence was remembering Bob Michel. Many people in this room may know him or have crossed paths with him in Beverly Public School education. He was a teacher, a coach, and administrator for over 50 years in Beverly Public Schools and at Landmark. He also happened to have been a 3-sport athlete himself. He was a 3-time All-State New Hampshire basketball champion and captain of the UNH basketball team as well. And including in his years at Beverly Public Schools, he was an assistant principal at Beverly High School, among other things. So definitely thinking of Bob and his family as well at this time. I do want to take a moment just to also welcome, there are scouts here from Troop 49 in Beverly. Welcome. It's nice to have you here. I understand that they are working on their communications merit badge. Is that right? So it's nice to have you here with us, and thanks for being here. And good luck as you're working towards your merit badge as well. We will go ahead and get right into our agenda here. We do have one citizen speaker, and so we'll start there. Paul Willenbrock is our citizen speaker this evening. Mr. Willenbrock, I'm going to invite you when you get to the podium, even though I have given away your name, to just repeat your name and then address for the record, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes to address the council. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. I'm Paul Willenbrock. I live at 5A Clifford Avenue in Beverly. I'm a Long Island boy, but I have lived in Beverly on the top of Prospect Hill for 48 years. And I wanted to first say some things that I think are really important about Beverly, that they do well. One is the senior center that has exercise programs and also programs that have to do with wellness and cognition, which I need. And I also appreciate the Beverly Public Library that has great staff. And today, with a few seniors know, there was a free theater performance on the play Christmas Carol, which is very well done. And I also think the Beverly Public Schools are excellent. And I also appreciate that there are 4 churches in Beverly that every night of the week serve food to the homeless. But that's not what I'm here to speak about. I like to talk about the things I'm happy about. I'm here to really talk about 3 things, but I may only get the chance to talk about one in particular, and that is senior citizens and the city taxes. I think that the city of Beverly should put more thinking into the idea of reducing city taxes for older citizens so that they don't pay the going rate that keeps increasing each year. Why? Not for me. I would not want my taxes. I would pay them all the time because I have a disabled daughter in a group home, and people pay thousands of dollars all around the state to support her. I don't care what I pay in taxes. But I have a friend who's talked to, I think, Councilor Rotundo very nicely, had a great meeting, maybe it was a different councilor, from Bridge Street, who's 88 years old. He lost his wife. He, like other seniors, would love to live in their home until they're dead. I would love to live in my home until I'm dead. But he's got all sorts of problems in finances. And the fact that the taxes keep going up, he'll pay his taxes, but if they just didn't have to keep going up. So just something to think about. Another thing related to that same subject is that we do have in the city of Beverly something that's wonderful called the 70-hour program, where you can volunteer for 70 hours and get $1,000 off your city taxes. And I think that's a wonderful idea, and I do that. And the thing that I would want to encourage on that is that we broaden that, so that when I go meet with Reverend Reverend Flowers, but Councilor Flowers at the Senior Center, and I'm very pleased again that she meets with the seniors every month, the mayor meets with the seniors every month, the state rep meets with the seniors every month, and Mayor and Lovely, when she was lovely, well, she still is lovely, but a different position now, met with everybody at the Senior Center every month. When the three ladies were there, they were saying, "Oh, I hope we can get our 70 hours again, because we may not be able to get them because you only allow so many people to get them." Well, I think that idea should be expanded where it can. And tell me if one of my 5 minutes is up, just say go home. But I'm gonna try to be quick about this. For example, I know you can do the 70 hours here. I know you could do them at the library. I know you could do them at City Hall. Not City Hall, but the Senior Center. But, I notice, and I love the police force, definitely, but I notice that they're out in the road all the time trying to make sure that people are getting around all the construction. Well, maybe a seniors can help there too, especially in the summer and in the fall. Just help. I won't tell you. Just like the seniors are helping down at Hannah School to direct the kids in and out of the school. So that's it. Do I have 1 minute or am I done?
I think you have 2.
Oh, good. I can talk about my second issue then. My second issue is one that's really deep into my heart. Much deeper. Well, it's deep as taxes, but even deeper. And that is way back in last March, what happened? Abu Tabin, which I mispronounced his name, he left. I hope it wasn't out of frustration. But when he left, so did a race advisory council, a race advisory committee that I was on. And I think that we need to get another person in his place, and I think we need to have a race advocacy committee as part of Beverly, for sure. As I've talked to and I really enjoyed being on the subcommittee with the police chief. We're talking about trying to get more people that are different than just white men on the police force. And as I talk to Mayor Cahill, which I do all the time, I know he's trying to replace somebody, and I said, we know there's apparently only 3% black. I thought there were more than 3% black, but I said there were 14% people that are not white here. And he said, actually almost up to 15%. Well, if they're up to 15%, we should have more people that are in upper-level, diverse positions in Beverly. So I really think it needs to be worked on much, much harder. As a person that used to be a dean at Roxbury Community College 1,000 years ago. Okay? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willenbrock. I appreciate your time. We appreciate your time and appreciate your being here. And I should have said at the outset, for those who are watching, joining us on BevCam, the citizen speaker slot in our meeting is a really important spot. There are actually 3 available slots at every regular meeting. You can sign up, as Mr. Willenbrock did, by contacting the city clerk's office, as long as it's by 9:30 the morning of the meeting. And It may feel unusual because there's not a lot of back and forth conversation between the council and citizen speakers, but as I always say, it is something that helps to inform where our conversation and thinking goes. And so, Mr. Willenbrock, thank you for being here with us. Let's go to acceptance of minutes of previous meetings. And we have 3 sets of meeting minutes to approve tonight. We have our Public Services Committee of the Whole meeting from April 26, 2022, a regular City Council meeting from November 21st, 2022, and Legal Affairs Committee of the Whole from November 28th, 2022. Is there a motion to accept these 3 sets of minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Conversation, Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. I just had one very small amendment to offer in the April 26th minutes. The final motion is from Councilor Bowman. I wondered if we could edit that just to correct.
Could you hear that, Ms. Dixon? So in the April 26 minutes, there's just a typo in Councilor Bowen's name that says the final motion from Councilor Bowman, but we could just amend it to Bowen. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bowen. So is there a motion to accept these 3 sets of minutes as amended for April 26 by Councilor Bowen?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you, Councilor Bowen, for catching that, and thank you, Ms. Dixon, for your work. Councilor Rand.
Thank you, President Flowers, for letting me interrupt. I just wanted to make a very brief comment just to share with the council and the community that actually Mr. Willenbrock was part of the original working group that helped me craft and draft the ordinance to create the Human Rights Committee. So I just want to speak to the integrity of Mr. Willenbrock's passion of this issue. He's been working at it for a number of years. So just wanted to say thank you publicly for doing that work, and the Human Rights Committee is alive and well, and I think we'll hear your words too, and hopefully press for your desire. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rand, and thank you for lifting that up for us, and thank you, Mr. Willenbrock, for your long service and commitment in our community.
Thank you for all being a Beverly. I love Beverly.
We love you too. Ms. Kent, let's go to communications from His Honor the Mayor, please.
Order number 296, dear Honorable City Council, I'm pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a $10,000 telecommunicator emergency response task force program grant from the EOPSS State 911 Department. This grant funding will be used to provide training for our law enforcement and dispatch operations to support mutual aid deployments in case of natural disasters, coverage for line of duty deaths, staff due to widespread illness, and staff relief after major events. The Massachusetts TERT is a part of the Communications Unit Program and is overseen by the statewide coordinator in partnership with the Mass State 911 Department. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both city and council mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be extended for their prescribed purpose. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 297. Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded an earmark in the amount of $100,000 from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health as specified in state fiscal year 23 budget and the contract documentations. The funds are for testing, monitoring, and analyzing of the environmental cleanup efforts of the Varian site located at and near 150 Sawyer Road in the City of Beverly. The contract documentation also includes language which specifies that the funds will be granted directly from the city to the Shore Country Day School, who have taken the lead by currently performing testing of the environmental cleanup efforts in and around the neighborhood they share with other impacted Beverly residents. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both city council and mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift can be expended for this prescribed purpose. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 298. I hereby appoint to your review and recommendation, Mr. Dylan Lukic from Economic Planner for the City of Beverly to serve as the Planning Department representative on the Design Review Board. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 299. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, the following residents to serve on the Beverly Planning Board: Ellen Hutchinson and Andrea Toulouse. Their terms are to be effective from December 31st until December 31st of 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 300. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. Jeffrey Schlichty, hope I got that right, of Beverly to serve on the Beverly Airport Commission. His term is to be effective until December 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Order number 301. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, the following residents to serve on the Beverly Parks and Recreation Commission: Jan Jeffgood, Henry Pizzo, Justin Rep. Their terms are to be effective from December 31st, 2022 until December 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Order number 302. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. Paul Earl, 6 Quincy Park, Beverly, to serve on the Beverly Harbor Management Authority. His term is to be effective from December 31st, 2022 until December 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you, and please also refer that to the Committee on Public Services. Let's go to communications from other city officers and boards, please.
Order number 303 from Perrick, a letter regarding the required fiscal year 2024 appropriations to the Beverly Retirement Board.
Thank you, and we can actually entertain a motion to approve that. Receive and place on file? Receive and place on file.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. We'll place that on file.
Order number 304 from the Assistant City Solicitor, Old Mixon, updating order number 14 of 2003, designation of special municipal employees.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 268A from Councilor Rand and Councilor Houseman, a request for the N-192 replacement project Citizen Advisory Committee be removed from open meeting law requirements and the attendant function of condition 10 of the grant of location, in mind that the Legal Affairs Committee recommended modifying order number 213-2022.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 305 from the city clerk, an application for Ultimate Auto Sales LLC at 15 River Street for a secondhand motor class 2 dealer's license. This location has a change for the business, and that has been previously at 42 Park Street.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 306 from the city clerk, a renewal application for a lodging house license for 68 Dane Street LLC DBA Graycroft Inn, located at 68 Dane Street.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 307 from the city clerk, a new application for a lodging house license for Sullivan Capital LLC, located at 68 Dane Street.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs. Let's go to communications, applications, and petitions.
Order number 308, the Department of Public Utilities, notice of filing and request for comments.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to receive that and place on file.
So moved. Second.
Any conversation? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 309 from National Grid, a petition for Plan 306-93308, Long Meadow Road, to install conduits.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Subcommittee on Public Services to set a public hearing. I would entertain a motion for just a 2-minute recess so that I can ask the city clerk a clarifying question.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Take a 2-minute recess. We'll be right back. Thank you very much, everyone. Just needed a moment to confer with Ms. Kent. I appreciate your indulgence on that. So thank you, counselors. Thank you, Ms. Kent, for working through that pretty quickly. This does bring us to the goal that we had of being able to take a break for some committee work before our first posted public hearing. I will remind members of the public who may be with us or watching on BevCam, our first posted public hearing begins at 7:30. And they follow from there. All the sign-up sheets for members of the public who wish to speak are in front of Ms. Kent here on the desk. I'll say that several more times throughout the evening. You can add your name to those sign-up sheets at any point throughout the evening. With that, and with the reminder also that I had stated at the beginning, where we're going to try to get ourselves back on a pre-COVID trajectory of having more substantive committee work happen at second and fourth Monday meetings. This will be a brief break for committee work that can be attended to now, and we'll come back in about a 10 to 15 minute window from committee, ideally. So I would entertain a motion to take a break for some committee work.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We're going to have legal affairs stay here on BevCam, finance in the committee room, and public services, I'm really sorry, but on the bench.
Okay, we'll call to order the Legal Affairs Committee. Let's see. So we're going to take up order 268A, which is the communication from myself and Counselor Houseman. That's really just supporting the vote that we took, our Legal Affairs recommendation on what to do about the Citizens Advisory Committee for the National Grid Project. So I would accept a motion to actually just send this order 268A back out to the full council for discussion and a vote for this evening.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Okay, Order 270, which is the appointment for James Butler to be the Director of Municipal Inspections. And I believe we received Mr. Butler's resume over the weekend or this week. And any questions from committee members?
No questions.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the appointment of Mr. Butler as the building commissioner.
Okay. Is there a second to approve the appointment of Mr. Butler to the Director of Municipal Inspections?
I'll second that.
And those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. Thank you. Okay, order number 305, which is an application for a Class 2 motor vehicle license for Ultimate Auto Sales at 15 River Street. Do we have anyone from Ultimate Auto Sales here? Wasn't sure. No? Okay. Let's see. Okay. Any questions from committee members on this?
Lisa, I'm assuming everything's in order. It's just fairly simple formality at this point.
Correct, and it's zoned for the same thing, and the map shows that they're doing the same thing the previous.
Just moving it as a
Company did,
different
yep.
location. Okay, I'm comfortable with it.
So it's a new location, someone who has previously been licensed, and it's a new location. Counselor Sweeney, any questions?
No questions for me.
Okay. I would accept a motion to approve order number 305.
So moved. Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 3-0. Order number 306, which is an application for a lodging house license for 68 Dane Street LLC doing business as Graycroft Inn located at 68 Dane Street. And I believe we have representation from the Graycroft Inn with us. Mr. Alexander, would you like to just share a couple thoughts on this transaction? Thank
This is a
you.
routine renewal of an existing license. This is Bill Haney, who's owned this for, I don't know, the last dozen years. So all of the inspections are in. The only thing that's not, and we'll get to this in a minute, that's not routine about this is that we are simultaneously applying for a new license at the same location with a new owner. And we've talked it through with the city solicitor's office. And so what will happen is that we'll do the renewal, and then I can, if you want, I can talk separately about the new one. Or we can do it together.
Okay, let's maybe hear from questions from the committee, and hopefully, Ms. Olmixon, you can help us if we have any questions.
I don't have any questions.
Counselor Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one pertains jointly to order number 306 and 307, as you mentioned, Mr. Alexander, the simultaneous renewal application and then also application for a new license at the same location with a different LLC.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on why the simultaneous applications are necessary?
Yeah, that's a good question. So ordinarily, and we've talked this through, if this was in the middle of the year, right, there's an existing licensee, we would apply for a new licensee, and we would come and get that done, and then transfer the license. But this is a year-end deal, so we're very confident that this will close by year-end. But in the highly unlikely situation that it doesn't, I'm talking about the new license, then we'd have no license for the property. So that's why we have, so what happens in Ms. Olmixon can address it also if she likes. In our discussions, what happens is that upon the transfer of the property basically at 68 Dane Street, which should occur December, the last week of December, the renewal license terminates and the new license goes into effect to the Sullivan Capital LLC.
Okay, that answers my question.
Is that a
Thank you.
fair characterization?
Yeah, come on up, please.
The pressing issue was to make sure there was not going to be a window of time where there was not a license. So this was the way to do it, to make sure that there was always a license in effect. And that's why it would be subject to the purchase and sale becoming final. And no subsequent license would issue until that time.
Okay,
The one question I do have, perhaps for Attorney Alexander, if I may,
please.
was if the application had been amended to reflect the appropriate number of occupants.
Oh, yes, that's it. There was a typographical error on the new license. It's 20 rooms and 20 occupants. It had been mistakenly put down as 20 rooms and 40 applicants. I can
Okay,
Yeah.
mark that, initial it if you'd like, or...
yeah,
We didn't get to that order, but yeah. That's fine.
okay. Actually, I don't even see the 40.
It's right here. Number of lodges, it says 40.
Sure.
I'm just gonna X that out and put 20, put initials, okay?
Perfect.
All the way.
Okay. So I would first, since we were talking about Order 306, which is the renewal of the existing lodging house license, I would accept a motion to approve Order number 306.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. Thank you. And now Order number 307, which we had just started to talk about a little bit, is the new application license, new license application for new ownership for 68 Dane Street Beach, which will be called Sullivan. The new owners will be Sullivan Capital LLC. Any other questions from committee members on that process? Ms. Olmixon?
Just, if I may, as you can, seems very loud tonight. As you consider this, I would just recommend that if you are to grant this license, that it be conditioned on, as we stated, proof that the purchase and sale has gone through, submitted to the clerk's office, and also a statement from Mr. Haney or his LLC that he's relinquishing the license from Order 306. So it's
Okay.
clear that it's only in one person's name.
Okay, thank you. Yep,
I motion to,
If I may be heard on that? What I would suggest is perhaps I could provide a copy of the deed to the city clerk indicating that the transfer had occurred, and also a letter of relinquishment, if that, just so we're all on the same page. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
so then I, motion to accept a purchase and sale agreement. We're gonna use that as the, so we're gonna use the
I think Attorney Alexander
deed.
just,
We're gonna use the deed as our way of, so the deed as well as the relinquishment of the license prior to the transfer of the license. Is that what we're doing correctly?
Yeah, so, yeah, motion to approve the,
I guess it's just not to, for the new license to be operative.
Correct.
We provide a copy of the deed and a letter of relinquishment.
Yes, not the purchase and sales.
so it'd be just in your motion, we have to also approve the new application, the
Okay.
new license.
So, motion to approve the new license with conditions of the deed is to be provided, as well as the letter of relinquishment of the license from Mr. Haney to the city clerk's office.
Well done. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 3-0. Thank you. Okay, and that is all that we can take up through our committee this evening. We will schedule a separate meeting next, I believe we'll have to meet next Monday, and we can talk
7.
about timing. 7 works better for you? Counselor Sweeney, is 7 PM next Monday? And
That should
yeah?
work.
Okay. Okay, so the Legal Affairs Committee will meet at 7 PM next Monday to deal with the rest of our agenda.
Deal with it.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn the Legal Affairs Committee?
Motion to adjourn Legal Affairs.
Second?
Second.
Okay, those in favor? Aye. Legal Affairs Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'll call the full committee back to order. With thanks to all the subcommittees for their swift work and thinking about what could be done more substantively on our subcommittee nights. I do understand that Legal Affairs wants a reward for being done first, with some dispute from Public Services. I understand. So
We were benched to begin with, you know.
you had further to travel. Good work by one and all. Counselor Rotundo, I will bring you your
Want my
report, your
lollipop.
lollipop, yes. So before we get to our 7:30 public hearing, Ms. Kent, let's go to reports from committees. Get through
Order
as much as we
number
can.
309, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding a petition for National Grid for Plan 306-93308 Long Meadow Road. Set a public hearing for December 20th at 7:45 PM.
Questions or comments? All those in favor of setting that public hearing for the 20th at 7:45 PM? Is there a motion, sorry? Oh, no, I don't need one. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you, everyone, for rolling with that. We will set that public hearing for the 20th at 7:45.
Order number 268, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding Citizen Advisory Committee for National Grid Cable Transmission Project, have considered said matter and recommend the council approve the request with language recommended by the Solicitor's Office.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Counselor Rand, is there anything that you wanted to say about this one?
Sure, so, in our, agenda packets for today, the specific language that's recommended is spelled out from, the letter from Counselor Houseman and I. So hopefully everyone's read that, and it really essentially just, reorganizes the Citizens Advisory Committee to be sort of out of open meeting law, and gives the committee the ability to have kind of a grassroots organization effort if necessary and when they desire. I think that's a reasonable summary, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Houseman?
No, I think we discussed it at some length, so
Okay.
unless there's some questions.
All right,
no, I think
thank
that's
you.
fine.
So questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 268A, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding the letter regarding the organization of N-192 Replacement Project Citizen Advisory Committee to modify Order 213, have considered said matter. No further action. Goes with that last order. It's pretty much.
Receive and place on file. Let's, just to tidy up, we'll take a motion to receive that and place it on file. It goes with the previous order.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 270, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom referred the matter regarding an appointment for James Butler to be the Director of Municipal Inspections, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this appointment.
Questions or comments? Counselor Bowen?
Thank you. I just had a comment on the process of hiring and just reflecting back on the citizens' comment period today and the lack of a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer in the city at the moment. I think it's helpful for all of us as we see vacancies, particularly in leadership, that we're having conversations in public and with the mayor's office about ensuring that the diversity, equity, and inclusion goals are a key part of the hiring process. And, you know, as we've talked about in budget season, succession planning is a key piece of that. So while I'm very happy to support a qualified person in a role, I know that we have additional leadership positions currently open or that may come up soon, and want to make sure that that's top of mind for all of us and is top of mind in the mayor's office submitting that paperwork to us for consideration.
Thank you very much, Counselor Bowen. That's a great reminder and a great way to link into our citizen speaker earlier today. Thank you. Other questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order to make the appointment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, sorry, I just wasn't sure I counted hands right. Carries 9-0.
Order number 305, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom referred the matter regarding an application for a Class II motor vehicle license for Ultimate Auto Sales 15 River Street have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the license be granted.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 306, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom referred the matter regarding an application for a lodging house license for 68 Dane Street LLC, DBA Graycroft Inn, located at 68 Dane Street, have considered said matter and recommend the license be granted.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 307, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom referred the matter regarding a new application for a lodging house license for Sullivan Capital LLC, located at 68 Dane Street, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the license be granted with the conditions that the new owners will show a deed that the sale went through, and a letter from Bill Haney, who owns it now, withdrawing his license.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Questions or comments on this one? Counselor Houseman.
I have a question, I guess, through you, if I may, to Counselor Rand as Chair of Legal, and as Ward 2 City Councilor. There's been some troubled history with this property, and I imagine Legal Affairs sort of discussed that, and that was perhaps part of some discussion with the parties involved. I understand, or I see that Attorney Alexander, representing the seller, is here this evening. Was there any questioning about an understanding or a plan relative to the buyer's commitment to make sure we avoid some of the problems we've had in the past if this is approved?
Counselor Rand.
Thank you, President Flowers. We actually did not discuss what you're addressing right now. Since the most recent ownership of 68 Dane, there haven't been the kind of problems that there were, let's say, 10 years ago. So I think that there is an opportunity upon the renewal of the licensing to really make sure that there are things in place, rules displayed upon entry, and kind of other conditions that we've applied before to lodging houses. I'm sorry, I'm not coming up with the right words. So yeah, we didn't necessarily discuss that this evening, but I can also say that there haven't been the same issues in this property as there had been years ago.
Thank you, Counselor Rand.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 296, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter regarding a telecommunicator emergency response task force program grant for $10,000 from EOPS and Security State 911 Department, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this request.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 297, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter regarding a $100,000 earmark from the Mass Department of Public Health for more testing, monitoring, analyzing of the environmental cleanup effort for the variant site, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve the request.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. And our thanks to Representative Paracella as well for assisting and advocating for that earmark at the state level, and to the residents of Ward 3 and Ward 5 who have been working to hold Varian accountable, and to Paul Layton, who I see is here, whose reporting helped to reopen this issue and draw light to it. Thank you, Mr. Layton.
That's all I have from committees.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. I will take a moment then before we move towards our public. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I do. Let's go to motions and orders on 265, please.
Order number 265, a proposed City of Beverly Ordinance Article 210-10 Municipal Property Naming Ordinance summarized as follows. To establish a uniform process for the naming of city-owned real property in a manner that acknowledges and honors the values and history of the City of Beverly. A finding of extraordinary facts and circumstances must justify the city's permanent recognition of an individual historic event or place. Such naming will only occur after a 30-day public written comment period, a public hearing, and upon an affirmation vote in support by the commission or authority which has care, custody, and control of the property, an affirmation vote by the city council and approval of the mayor, city hall, and the common shall not be renamed. Property under the control of the school committees, private ways, and unaccepted streets are not subject to the ordinance. The full text of Order 265 can be read at the city clerk's office. And this was in the newspaper, and this is final passage. I don't know when it was in the newspaper. It was in there on 11/4/23.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. And as Ms. Kent mentioned, this is for final passage this evening. We heard this read at our previous meeting, and tonight's for final passage. So are there questions or comments on Order 265? Is there a motion to approve Order 265?
Moved. Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0, and that is for final passage this evening. And thank you also to the counselors who worked on that, Counselor Rotundo, Counselor Feldman. Thank you for your work on that as well. We have just a few minutes before we move to our first posted public hearing. This would probably be a good time for me to remind members of the public who are present or who are watching from home and planning to attend for one of our public hearings that begin at 7:30, but they're posted 7:30, 7:45, 8, 8:10, 8:20, and 8:30. You can come at any time and sign up to speak in any one of those hearings. The sign-up sheets are in front of Ms. Kent on her desk. And you can do that just by coming in and adding your name, and then we will work through members of the public who have signed up to speak as we go through the public hearings. I also want to take a moment before we enter into those public hearings just to recognize a few members of the city staff and other elected officials who are here with us this evening. That we have Beth Oldmixon, our assistant solicitor, one of our assistant solicitors. Thank you, Ms. Oldmixon. Jesse Dole, assistant solicitor as well. Thank you, Mr. Dole, for being here. We also have Dylan Benson from the solicitor's office here with us this evening. Thank you, Mr. Benson. We have Brian Ailes, our city finance director. Thank you, Mr. Ailes, for being here. Our city council budget analyst, Mr. Jerry Perry, is here with us this evening. Thank you, as always, Mr. Perry. And Ward 6 school committee member Lorinda Visnick, also here with us. I see that your back bench was occupied, so she has moved up a bench. So Ms. Visnick, you'll be happy to know that Troop 49 is here working on their communication merit badge, so your bench has gone to good use. So thank you very much. And this will be a good opportunity for me to say what I forgot to say at the end of our last meeting, but I'm going to say it now so I don't forget, which was the City of Beverly had a really wonderful holiday parade last Sunday. Thank you. Councilor Crowley was one of the folks working very hard along with others to organize that parade and bring everyone together. The theme was youth sports, which was really fun. Councilor Crowley, you said 1,000 participants in the parade at least?
Yeah, 1,000 participants in the parade, and I want to thank fellow councilors that came down and gave me a little bit of a hand as far as it was the chaotic chaos in the parking lot, but we all got it out well, and it was a big hit. The biggest one we've done. So it's been great. Looking forward to starting to plan for next year. So.
Thank you very much for all your work and to all those who worked so hard on it. And also, I'd be remiss in not mentioning that former president of the City Council, Paul Guanci, and his wife Kristen were the Grand Marshals of the parade, and it was fun to see them as the Grand Marshals and welcoming everyone to the parade. And that's what I meant to say at the end of the last meeting. But now I get to say that it was wonderful, not that it would be wonderful, so that feels like more of a sure thing. With that, we'll open our first posted public hearing, posted for 7:30 on Order 271. Ms. Kent.
Order number 271, the City of Beverly ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, December 5th, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live on BevCam, relative to the transfer of $150,000 from the city reserve for unforeseen account to cover the remaining match requirement for the awarded grant. And this was published in the newspaper on November 25th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. Mr. Ailes, I see that you're at the podium and ready to go, so we'll go to you.
I know you all are tight on time tonight, so didn't want to waste any time.
Thank you.
So you have before you this evening a request to approve a transfer of $150,000 from the city's reserve for unforeseen fund to support the grant that is also before you this evening for approval. The grant itself is an $800,000 grant from the Seaport Economic Council, and it is specifically for the friendly eminent domain taking of 2 to 4 Cabot Street, which is known to many as Rowan's Seafood. We would be looking to purchase that parcel from the owner and use it for city and municipal use, providing additional access to the waterfront for residents, as well as additional parking down there by the waterfront. So this $150,000 transfer is necessary to meet the match requirement of the grant. We have already incurred some costs associated with surveying the land, with some legal work, and with some testing of the site. And so that, coupled with this $150,000, would equate to the 20% match that's required of the grant. I am here with Mr. Dole from the Solicitor's Office. If there's any specifics about the intent and the use and the grant, we're here to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailes. Mr. Perry, I don't know if there's anything that you'd like to add for the council to consider before I open it up for questions from the council and then members of the public.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everybody. I'll be brief. Wrote to you last Friday with my thoughts and recommendations to you regarding this issue. Should you approve the $150,000, it will completely deplete the reserve for unforeseen as we in FY23. However, it's the intent of the administration in my conversations with the finance director that once they get the balance sheet approved by the Department of Revenue and free cash is approved, they're going to come back hopefully in the month of January, and we will replenish not only this but the other funds we took from it to deal with the Briscoe. So we'll make that whole, and there'll be funds there for the second half of the fiscal year for unforeseen circumstances consistent with all that. So from a financial point of view, you can afford this within the existing transfer. I wrote to you in general my recommendation to you. It's my recommendation to you to approve this. Not only do you have the financial wherewithal to do it, but obviously when you get a grant from the state to augment the overall cost, that's a very positive thing from a financial perspective. And finally, obviously, from my perspective, anyways, for whatever it's worth, it's good public policy to obtain open space, especially on the waterfront, for the best interest of the taxpayers and the citizens of the city of Beverly. So as such, Madam President, I am recommend that you approve this proposal from His Honor the Mayor. And with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you or your colleagues may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. City councilors, I'll open up for questions or comments. Councilor St. Hilaire.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just had a follow-up on the cost. What about future costs, improvements we're going to make to the property, maintenance? What are we doing with the structure that's there currently? What anticipated costs can we expect from that? So in total, this creates about $1 million in available funds and resources. Of that, about 3/4 of it will go to the direct purchase price of the parcel. The remaining 250, I'm rounding, but it's roughly $250,000, will be the start to any improvements that we may need to undergo down there. Certainly the building, we would likely be looking to remove that. We would also likely be looking to create some additional parking and probably reconfiguring some parking. So yes, there will be additional costs. I don't envision it being an exorbitant amount of costs, but it may be in the vicinity of a couple $100,000 more to get that parcel right for the residents to enjoy and be a good resource for the city. Do you anticipate those expenses this fiscal year or in a subsequent fiscal year? Yeah, I think we need to defer to the engineering department to see how those steps line up on a timeline. Certainly, if we needed some of those resources this year, we would be looking to free cash, most likely, to appropriate that type of funding. If it were to spill into next year, we would likely be looking to build it into the budget for next year so that those resources are available for the next 12 months beyond July 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions? Counselor Rand.
Thank you so much. I support the transfer of $150,000 to complete this purchase. And I just wanted to know, at the mention of open space, I wanted to know if what the land will actually be considered in terms of, zoning or restrictions. Once the city owns the property, will it be restricted as recreational, or is it actually open space?
Well, it's just municipal land once we purchase it. There are no restrictions. The municipality can likely do, as it pleases with it at that point. I don't know if, and I'm looking to the solicitor's office, they may know, they may not, whether or not there's restrictions in the grant.
Thank you, Solicitor Williams.
Good evening. So as Finance Director mentioned, it will be acquired as general corporate property in the first instance. It will be within the zoning that it currently is in, which is, I believe, the Beverly Harbor District. So that won't change. I haven't heard about any plans of dedicating it under Article 97, if that's the kind of thing that you're talking about. I know that the primary purpose was to increase the parking that's available and increase access to the waterfront. So beyond that, there hasn't been a discussion about specifically dedicating it as recreation article, more specifically Article 97 land.
Counselor Rand.
Thank you. I have one follow-up. I'm wondering, will there be an opportunity to discuss the uses of that land before it's turned into a parking lot, or?
Well, there will not be additional council action right now unless there's a need for additional funding that the administration needs to request. So that doesn't mean there can't be a conversation, but just in terms of actual council action, there's not anything right now that I envision that would introduce that subject matter into the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Solicitor. Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Feldman, please.
Yes, I support the transfer and the purchase. I think it's a win-win for the city, and I was just wondering if we had any information on the timeline of when this would be finally purchased, or?
Madam President,
Mr.
no,
Mayor,
I want the solicitor to speak to that specific question, but I want to just give a little additional context. So the goal here, obviously, is to create more parking. Right? So that's really the main thrust for the square footage that is currently the parking and the building. There is also the land on which the pier has sat. So the ability for some more waterfront access to the public and for boat slips, et cetera, is also a part of this. In terms of finances, the same grant source, the Seaport Economic Funds, we have applied for, we are applying for a next round of funds, and we hope, it's too soon to know, but we certainly hope that we'll be able to get additional funds to help with what may remain, to do the site prep and the, taking down of the building, creating of the parking, perhaps some of the work along the waterfront as well. So we'll know on that, I would say, in the next couple months.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Solicitor?
So the question was timing. So if the council votes to approve the taking tonight, it's effective tonight. It has to be perfected within 30 days by filing it with the Registry of Deeds. And then we have to pay the owner within, I think, 60 days of that, Jesse. But our expectation is to do it far more quickly than that.
Great. Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. I'm also excited about the work, more excited about the waterfront access than just the parking, though I understand the need for parking in that area. But my question is really just my anxiety about depleting our reserve for unforeseen. We talked about it with the first transfer and how urgent or not that one was. This certainly feels timely and like the right place to be looking for that money. But since so much of this hinges on being able to replenish certain areas from free cash, and it's, now early December, and we haven't certified free cash, do you have a sense of how that's looking, what the timeline is, when we'll get that reassurance that there are funds available and that those requests are coming?
Yes. We will have a healthy free cash balance. We run preliminary reports as soon as we close our books in June. The process of certifying that amount takes some effort. First, the auditors come in, perform their audit, then we submit the balance sheet. The balance sheet has been submitted to DLS and is under review currently. What I am realistic about is that it's also tax time at DLS. And so sometimes the free cash certification can be put aside in an effort to get all the municipal tax rates set by December 31st. So my guess is if we don't have a certification within a week, then it may wait till the beginning of January before we do. We don't have any time-sensitive issues, so it's really not an issue if it did wait till January, but we'll certainly be pushing to try to get it certified before that.
Mr. Perry, I take your being on your feet that you have a comment.
Yeah, very quickly, I think Council Bowen's question is excellent. I have reviewed the year-end closings independent of the administration. I'm extremely comfortable. We have a very solid balance sheet and sufficient numbers to not only deal with the replenishment of the reserve for unforeseen, but many of the other things we've been talking about in the last 6 months. So I think you should have confidence that we'll be able to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Yes.
I know we're running into the next hearing soon, and so it may come back up then. But I appreciate that confidence and would love to see the figures. So if we can see what's available as counselors.
I'm hoping maybe we could persuade the DOR. Maybe I have some influence still there. I don't know, but I always annually, when we get the balance sheet done, I report on that. I will give you those numbers. I give you a memorandum on that as well, and that will hopefully maybe come sooner rather than later. So we'll get you that. We can certainly give you the year-end closing. I think I forwarded that stuff to you already through the financial forecast. If you want to take a look at that, that stuff is already there in your computer. You have that as well. That's the stuff I look at, and hopefully that will answer or give you more confidence that we're going to be able to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Mr. Perry. We have about 2 minutes, and then we may have to recess this one, but we'll go to Counselor Houseman.
I think this can be done in 2 minutes. I have a question for the mayor, if I may.
You may.
For you.
And then we'll go to Counselor Rand, too.
Yeah, and it's just, I think, a very quick, straightforward question, which is, we've talked about open space and the use of the parcel, and I support this order. And we know that it's primarily used for, it's intended to be used for parking. But is your administration committed? Can you make a commitment that there will be attention, not simply intention, that there will be a plan for open space use for the property that's most adjacent to the water, in addition to the use of the parcel for parking? Whether it's piers, slips, walkway, whatever.
Well, sure. I mean, one of the benefits is that the Chapter 91 license has already been secured. So, there will be the opportunity. I think the docks down there were damaged and needed to be removed, but there'll be the opportunity for us as a municipality to create more down there for, whether it be a combination of public walkway and access and or the ability for members of the public to lease slips. It may be a good opportunity down there for some what you'd call transient slips, where people don't lease them for a season, but rather people can come in and out if they're going to come off the water to walk around along the waterfront and do different things. So it's not a large space, but I think it's really an integral part of what we do there is how we handle the waterfront. So yes, sorry that the answer was longer than the question, but yes. And as always, you folks have your stakeholders as well. So, we'll continue that conversation with you.
I'm just mindful that the council will have no role and no say in the design process absent the appropriation of funds from, requests from your office. So I think you answered my question pretty much, which is, do you have a commitment to make sure that the parcel adjacent to the water gets open space use in the future, that it's not simply going to end up being a parking lot?
Yes, and we have a lot of stakeholders, right? We've got the Harbor Management Authority, we have the neighborhood, we have the ward councilor, the at-large councilors. It shouldn't be hard to have that conversation and hopefully come to a common ground of seeing just how we can best use it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Counselor, I'm going to go to you really quickly, but before I do, I'd like to just ask, there are no members of the public signed up on Ms. Kent's sheet for Order 271. This is for the first public hearing. Are there any members of the public here who intend to speak in this public hearing? Okay, thank you, sir. That does help me make a decision about this. Counselor Rand, is yours relatively quick? We'll go to Counselor Rand.
Yeah, thank you. This kind of tacks on to what Counselor Houseman was asking and saying. I would love to see just that even as the parking lot is being imagined down there, that we really think about how impervious surfaces act, and if we could be a leader in how we design parking there, I would love that for our community. And I'm looking forward to working with you on uses down there other than parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor Rand. So seeing that there is one member of the public who would like to speak in this public hearing, I'm going to entertain a motion to recess this public hearing on Order 271 just by 1 minute. I'm going to open the next one and recess it back by 5 so we can give our member of the public a moment to speak. So is there a motion to recess the public hearing on Order 271?
So moved.
For 1 minute. Thank you. Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That will bring us to opening our 7:45 public hearing on Order 293. Ms. Kent, will you read that speedily?
Order, City of Beverly, order the City Council of the City of Beverly held a public hearing on Monday, December 5th at 7:45 PM, 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam relative to the allegation of fiscal year 2023 tax levy percentages among the 4 classes of real and personal property in consideration of the adoption of open space, residential, and small business exemptions. Ordinance to take effect upon publication and final passage, and this was in the newspaper on 11/25/22.
Thank you very much. I'd entertain a motion to recess the public hearing on Order 293 to 7:50.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we'll recess that public hearing on Order 293 to 7:50 PM and reopen a public hearing on Order 271, and we'll go to members of the public. So I'll invite you to go ahead to the podium, and if you would state your name and address for the record. Oh, sorry, did you say you want to make a public comment on the public hearing on Order 271 on the transfer?
I want to talk to you about order, I can't see very well, 279.
Okay. So we're not quite to 279 yet. That public hearing will start at 8:30. But if you'd like to come and sign up, you can come up at any point, and if you want to add your name and address to the sign-up sheets in front of the city clerk, then when we get to that one, I'll make sure to call you up. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak on the public hearing on Order 271? This is the transfer of the $150,000. All right. Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. And actually, councilors, I would entertain a motion to approve Order 271 on the floor.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So that motion carries 9-0 on Order 271, and that's perfect timing because it brings us to 7:50 when we will reopen our public hearing on Order 293, the order for which Ms. Kent has already read. And we'll remind members of the public who are present or maybe watching on BevCam, if you would like to sign up to speak on the public hearing on Order 293, this is relative to the allocation of fiscal year personal property 2023 tax levy percentages among the 4 classes of real and personal property in consideration of the adoption of open space, residential, and small business exemptions. You can sign up now using the sheet in front of Ms. Kent. Thank you very much to our scouts from Troop 49 for being here with us. So for Order 293, Mr. Ailes or Mr. Karen, one of you going to speak? Okay, please.
Good evening, City Council members. My name's Peter Karen. I'm the Chief Assessor for the City of Beverly. This is an annual exercise that the Prop 2.5 has put on the City Council to determine how to allocate taxes between the residential and the commercial, industrial, and personal property sectors of the tax base. Right now, there's this year was a revaluation year, a recertification year, excuse me, which basically means that the Department of Revenue did a full audit of the way we value the property in the city. That's done every 5 years per state law. So we had that just completed. We were just approved earlier this morning for our values to be certified as meeting the constitutional and state law requirements full and fair cash value, and that property is being classified in accordance with the general laws in terms of use, residential, commercial, industrial, mixed use, tax exempt, etc. So the results of that, I think, hopefully you all have your packages, but if you don't, I have extra ones here. The result of that is we had some changes in property values that occurred since last year's assessments were adjusted. Single-family homes were up a little over 11% in value. Condos went up about a little less than 8%. 2 and 3 families were at 10.5%. Commercial industrial went up 8.5%. And based on all that, we've come now to decide on how to allocate the tax burden between the various classes of property. The average, surprisingly, although the market was really strong in the past year, the single families went up just a little over 11%. We've got towns, I think one of our assessors, Rich Scanlon, is on the board, and Bill Ricca, and they had a 20% increase in their single-family values in Bill Ricca. So the increase was modest compared to what there was a lot of concern. It might be a lot more based on the volatility in the real estate market last year. Keep in mind that the real estate market is based on, for these assessments, is based on January 1st, 2022. So any changes in the market, particularly anything that's a result of the increases in interest rates that have occurred since then, since the spring, would not be reflected in these values. That's something that will be taken into consideration next year when we do the values again next year, because that will be reflected on January 1st, 2023, which will be next year's values. Now, one of the things the mayor has suggested doing is we actually had, in terms of new growth, we had $562,000 more growth than was originally projected. What the mayor has recommended doing is leaving $300,000 of that on the table, basically not taxing it, much in the same ways the council last year did not tax 1.1 million that it could have taxed. We've added another 300,000 to that. By doing that, we've kept the average single-family bill increase under 3%, which is, in this, and you'll find a lot of cities and towns are looking at a lot higher increases for the single-family homes. You'll also notice that the average commercial bill is relatively unchanged. Their values went up 8%, but the tax rate dropped 8%. So the net result for most businesses is they will not see an overall increase on tax bills. Keeping in mind, these are just averages, so there are exceptions to these rules. For example, for the single families, we do have some neighborhoods that went up more than average. Others went down, did not go up as high as the average. So in those communities that didn't go up as high as the average, you may not see much change in tax bills. For those that went up more than the average, there will be increases beyond 3% in tax dollars. And that's just a function of the sales in those neighborhoods. There's some neighborhoods that we don't have many sales over an extended period of time, 2 or 3, 4 years, and then all of a sudden we'll get a pocket of sales. They'll come in, and we have to realign our thinking on how we're valuing the houses in those neighborhoods based on based on the sale prices we're seeing. So these are all based on sales. The only properties that are not based on sales are typically commercial industrial properties, because there's simply not that many sales in those communities. I mean, for those properties, we rely on income and expense analysis to determine, because the buyers of those properties are looking at what kind of cash flow those properties are generating and base their purchase prices on that, on that information. So other than that, I'm be glad to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you very much. Councilors, are there questions for Mr. Kieran? Councilor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one quick question to clarify what I believe you have laid out for us. It's my understanding that the tax levy is increasing 2.5% above last year's figure, and the savings, as you've outlined, versus essentially the savings is the 300,000 that could have been claimed in new growth. In addition to that 2.5% that the city is not going to claim as part of the overall increase in the tax levy, and therefore that's the savings.
The levy's going up to 2.5%. We left the 1.1 million from last year that was not raised, is still not raised this year, and now we're not raising an additional 300,000 because our growth came in higher than anticipated. So most of that money and the higher growth is going back to the taxpayers, shall we say.
Yeah.
And we did take some of the money. We've been low funding the overlay account. The overlay account is the account that pays for any tax abatements that are granted, and also pays for all the real estate tax exemptions that are granted to individuals, senior citizens, disabled veterans, the blind, widows. They all receive monetary adjustments on their tax bills, and the cost of those adjustments come out of the overlay account.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And one quick follow-up on the new growth piece. What was so accounting for the $300,000 that will not be taxed, what's the new growth figure that the city's going to claim as part of this increase?
The total,
because you mentioned
the total
500,000
growth.
over
The total
projection.
growth that was approved by the Department of Revenue was $1.562 million.
Okay, thank you.
I think the amount that was used to do the budget was 1050. So it's about a little over 500,000 higher than what was originally projected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweeney. Councillor Rand.
Thank you so much. I often hear that in Beverly, home sales are often significantly, the sale is significantly above asking price and often goes to a cash bidder. And I'm wondering how, if at all, state policies or your valuation procedures take this into account.
Well, we don't rely on asking price at all. Our only concern is what's the actual sale price. If it's a cash sale, that may be, if we have a sale that's surprisingly low, shall we say, beyond what we would expect, in analyzing that sale and looking into the terms, we may find it's a cash sale. And that would explain why the sale price might be lower than what we would normally anticipate it being. And so we might disqualify a sale because the sale price is simply so far below market, it doesn't, it's not representative of what the market really is. Because the idea is that we're trying to establish real estate market on January 1, 22. So, for example, we disqualify, even though the sale price may be market price, we typically disqualify any estate sales automatically. Because you don't know if the heirs to the property are in a hurry to close on the property. Someone's got to pay a college tuition bill or something. They'll lowball the price on the property in order to have it sell quickly. Those are the type of situations we look at. We disqualify. We generally, if the property's not listed on MLS, we generally disqualify it. That doesn't mean that the sale price is not market value, but it just means there are circumstances beyond what we can normally ascertain that may affect how the property sold. A lot of times it's, like someone may put their property on the market, they got friends that are interested in moving in that neighborhood, and they may reach a private agreement. Whether or not that affected the sale price vis-a-vis market value, we have no way of knowing.
So, Councillor, and I will come back to you. I need to pause us here on this one and entertain a motion to recess this public hearing to 8:15.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we'll recess the public hearing on order 293 to 8:15. I apologize, Mr. Karen, we're doing a little bit
problem.
of leapfrogging here tonight. And with that, I will open our 8 p.m. public hearing on order number 284. Ms. Kent.
Order number 284, the City of Beverly ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, December 5th at 8 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam relative to the petition from National Grid for Plan 305-54593 Ober Street. And this was published in the newspaper on November 25th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. I see that Sabita Mahabir, our National Grid rep, is here with us. Would you like to go to the podium and let us know any information or updates that you have for us on Plan 305-54593?
Hi. Sabita Mahabir, representing National Grid, 44 River Street, Beverly, Massachusetts. This is to provide a monitoring station for our infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Councilors, are there questions on this plan? Are there any members of the public who wish to ask a question or make a comment on this plan from National Grid? Councilor Houseman.
I would just make a quick comment that
Please.
This is Ward 4 property, and this appears to be a very routine.
That's why I kept staring at you.
Yeah, I could tell. A very routine service matter to help either establish or upgrade residential electrical service to someone in Ward 4 off of Ober Street. So it appears to be relatively routine and non-consequential for us.
Thank you very much, Councilor Houseman. Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. That was my expectation as well, that this was a small residential connection, but in hearing that it's a monitoring station for infrastructure, is that different from the typical like street to house connection that we see?
No, it's just putting a monitoring station there. It's pretty much the same type of connection, but it's monitoring how the distribution system works.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Ms. Mahabir. Other questions or comments from counselors? Are there members of the public who wish to ask a question or make a comment on our public hearing on Order 284? This is for National Grid Plan 305-54593 on Ober Street. All right, seeing none, I will close that public hearing. And counselors, I would entertain a motion to approve Order 284 on the floor.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. That motion carries 9-0. And I would entertain a motion, because we're going into still a long stretch of a few more public hearings. I'd entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess for counselors if you need to get out, stretch, take a bathroom break.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Counselor Crowley. You move us right along.
You know, I was like,
So I will, before I call to order our 8:10 public hearing, Counselor Rand just let me know, thank you, from Ms. Mahabir, that it is confusing. We have Overstreet and Odell both on the list. So the plan that Ms. Mahabir just described was the Odell Ave plan. So I would entertain counselors a motion to reconsider for order number 284, just so that we can make sure we're voting the correct order number for the correct plan.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That will allow us to re-vote. So I'll open our posted public hearing for 8:10. This is on order 285. This is the National Grid Plan that we just heard Ms. Mahabir describe. So what I'll do is I'll invite you back up, Ms. Mahabir, in a moment, and have you also please talk to us about the Overstreet plan, and then I'll allow for questions and comments from councilors, members of the public, and we'll vote both orders. So Ms. Kent, will you please read order 285?
Order 285, ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, December 5th, 2022, at 8:10 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam, relative to the petition from National Grid for Plan WR 306-39141, Odell Ave. And that was in the newspaper on November 25th.
Thank you. Ms. Mahabir, I'll invite you to the podium. So just to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, and for members of the public to understand, the plan that you discussed that was the monitoring station, that is the plan for Odell.
Yes, my apologies.
No, thank you. I appreciate you letting us know. And so this, would you describe the Overstreet plan for us as well? And then, as I said, I'll open it up for councilors and for members of the public.
That is to provide service for a house at this location.
Thank you very much. And that explains, Councilor Hostman and Councilor Bowen, your assessment that you had expected it would be for house connection. Thank you very much. So councilors, are there questions on the 284 or 285? Councilor Hostman, would you specify which plan you're asking about when you ask?
Yes, so I'm now talking about Odell.
Thank you.
And apparently a monitoring station, which
yes.
Relates to part of my question, which was or is to understand the purpose of this additional proposed pole on Odell Street. Could you describe the function and the goal of the monitoring station and how it relates to the plan which depicts another or new proposed pole?
We cannot put the, what we need, the equipment, on the existing pole. So we're running a service across to the pole so that we can do a monitoring off our infrastructure.
And can you describe what a monitoring structure is and what its purpose?
For fault indication.
It's what?
Fault indication.
Could you elaborate on what that means?
Where it indicates in which direction the fault is occurring. So if there's an outage, it tells us which direction we need to go.
You would tell us whose fault it is, in other words. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Councilors, other questions or comments? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. I had a question perhaps for city staff that aren't in the room, so it may just be a comment. But I believe several of us had received a question from a neighbor of that exact stretch about trees that were removed, replaced during other work along the commuter rail right-of-way. And so I was just curious if there was any consideration of additional work happening in that location and whether the request around tree improvements following that work in the same spot by other contractors had been addressed. So.
It seems like Councilor Hostman might actually have information that would respond to. So, yes, Councilor Hostman.
This may be responsive. I believe it is. It's my understanding that along the stretch of Odell, because I've spoken with the city arborist about this, that the trees that were taken down were on MBTA right-of-way, and a whole new set of trees have in fact been planted along Odell, the full length of it, from the corner that's depicted on this plan all the way down to Spring Street. And so there has been a lot of additional replanting of trees along that stretch. Is that responsive to your question? It's mostly an MBTA-related issue, however, not National Grid, at least as I understand it.
Thank you, Councillor Houseman.
Thank you. And so I guess my only question would be, did those new plantings get in the way of the planned extension of a pole and above-ground wiring?
So that's a question for you, Ms. Mahabir.
We will not be on railroad right-of-way, which is why we're petitioning. We're going to be on the street. We're not going to be on railroad property.
Yes, so maybe to clarify, it sounds like the new tree plantings are on the street side as well.
Are they?
So,
It's my understanding, yes.
Well, hopefully they're small ones right now.
So it seems like something we can keep an eye on then for residents who have raised that question and for those of us also who are concerned about it. Councillor Crowley, and I want to just be mindful.
Just
Okay.
a quick question. This is all above ground, right? There's no going to be digging or anything? Because I know they just redid all of Odell Ave and stuff. I just wanted to make sure I understood it. Thank you.
Great question, Councillor. And that was Ms. Mahabir, yes, confirmation that this is above ground work. Are there any other questions or comments from councillors on Order 285 or Order 284? Are there members of the public who wish to speak on Order 285? Yes, please. And as you're coming to the podium, I'm just going to entertain a motion to recess this public hearing on Order number 285 until 8:24. Nope, sorry, 8:19.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And that will allow me to open our posted recessed public hearing in Order 293 and entertain a motion to recess that to 8:25.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We'll recess the public hearing in Order 293 to 8:25 and reopen the public hearing on Order 285. And if you would please come to the podium and just state your name and address for the record, if you would.
Thank you. Mindy DiPolito, 20 Odell Avenue. I just was seeking a little bit more clarification. I do want to say that the trees have been planted and they are on the street side of the fence, and it's my understanding that National Grid replaced those trees. It was not the MBTA, but the MBTA property trees were cut down before by National Grid, I believe. But so I just want to make sure I understand. So it's like a new utility pole that is being sort of planted on that strip, but that will not interfere with any of the new plantings?
Ms. Mahabir, would you mind going to the podium to respond to that question for Mr. Polito, please?
The stake should be there, though it was staked quite a while ago as to, and with the removal of the trees, I'm not sure. We'll have to go back out there and restake. We'll stake it someplace where it is not around the trees.
Thank you, Ms. Mahabir. So that sounds like a commitment on behalf of National Grid to avoid those new tree plantings as this is going up. If I could just ask another clarifying question, I think also in that question, I don't want to speak for you, but I heard just clarifying question that it's a utility pole and that's what the monitoring device will be on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Polito. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak on this public hearing on Order 285 for Odell Ave?
Council President, I have a question for the representative from National Grid.
Please, Councillor Houseman.
Just to clarify, the proposed pole is going to go, it is before the city council because it's going to go on the city's right-of-way?
Correct.
Correct. How far off the edge of the pavement of Odell, roughly, will this new pole go on that side of the street? 2 feet, 1 feet, 5 feet? The plan doesn't depict any reference point.
No, we were going to be, there used to be a fence for the railroad right-of-way. Is it still there?
There is still a fence along
Okay,
there, yeah.
we are going to be close to that.
Okay, so for snow removal and emergency snow parking would not be an issue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, I will close this public hearing on order number 285, and I will bring us back to 284, which was one that we reconsidered. So this is 284. I would entertain a motion to approve. This is plan number 305-54593. This is for Overstreet. This is the connection for service to a residence.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 9-0. And now, I would entertain a motion on the floor to approve Order 285. This is for Plan WR 306-39141. This is for Odell Ave for the monitoring station that was just discussed.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That carries 9-0. And that brings us to 8:20. So we'll open our posted public hearing for order number 287. And Ms. Kent, would you read that order?
Order number 287, order that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, December 5th, 2022 at 8:20 PM at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers. Live stream on BevCam relative to the petition from National Grid for a petition to install plastic gas main on Hale Street, extending from the existing stub near Cabot to be the regulator station at Boyle Street. And this was in the newspaper on November 25th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. Is there a National Grid representative?
She's in the hallway.
Okay.
Oh, Diane.
Okay, thank you. Are there members of the public who are here to speak in the public hearing on Order 287? This is National Grid petition that Ms. Kent just read. Would you mind coming forward and just putting your name and address on the sheet for this public hearing? If you're here to speak for 287. So this is on this 60 pounds plastic gas main on Hale Street. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cuddy. Did you want to say anything on behalf of National Grid about Order 287?
Hi, yes. Good evening. My name is Diana Cuddy, National Grid, 40 Sullivan Road, Waltham, Massachusetts. I would just want to say that I'm here to request a grant allocation for 8,050 feet approximately of 12-inch plastic gas main on Hale Street, connecting a gas main on Cabot Street to a regulator station on Hale and Boyle Street.
Thank you very much. Councilors, are there questions or comments on this one? Councilor Houseman.
Yes. I am interested to hear what is said at the public hearing, but at the close of the public hearing, or at the time for a motion to close the public hearing, I am going to suggest that we leave the public hearing open for the following reason. I am going to it's my intention to put a hold on the vote on this order in order for additional information to be collected and presented to the council on basically whether we're losing ground or sort of what the status is on the effect of all the gas installation work that's being done in the city relative to our streets. I had a conversation with the mayor about this, who was agreeable to having the engineering department provide the council and the administration with some additional information on that question, which is, we know that the question being, what is the overall impact of all the national grid gas installations on the city vis-a-vis the condition of the streets, irrespective of how the streets naturally degrade over time because of wear and salt and so forth. So I just sort of want to put that out there for the council to be aware of this. I mean, as many of you know, all of you know, Hale Street runs through Ward 4. It is a virtually new street. It's a couple of years old, 2 or 3 years old. It's in perfect condition. And this is going to run the entire length of it. And even when National Grid, whether it's through the city or on their own, repaves or resurfaces after installation of a gas line pipe, the road is never in the same condition. It's never as good as it was. And so my discussion with the mayor was to ask for the engineering department to try to put together some information to help us have a sort of a big picture look, using this order as sort of the prompting for us to have a big picture look at the impact on our streets. So,
Thank you, Councillor Houseman. I need to pause us here for one moment. I would entertain a motion to recess this public hearing to 8:27.
so moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That allows me to reopen our public hearing on Order 293. I'm going to entertain a motion to recess that public hearing to 9 p.m.
So moved.
All those all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So we'll recess the public hearing on Order 293 to 9 p.m. and reopen the public hearing on National Grid Gas Plan Order Number 287. This is a grant of location. We do have our joint public hearing with the Planning Board at 8:30, and I want to be mindful of that start time. Councillor Sweeney, I'm going to go to you, and then I want to go to our member of the public.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank
This will
you.
be quick, and I appreciate the comments from Councilor Hausman. One question, if this is ultimately approved, how long would the work be expected to take?
So this project is slated for not this upcoming construction season, but the following one, and it would take between 6 and 8 months to complete. And I can actually offer some comments on the paving if you would like, on the comment on the paving. Oh, or wait.
I think I'm going to have you wait if that's okay. Only
Okay, yeah,
because
oh, sure.
I anticipate we're going to be continuing this public hearing based on Councillor Houseman's comments, and because we have a member of the public here now, I want to make sure to be respectful of his time. So, sir, if you'd like to come up and offer your comment on this order. So, Mr. Petito, if you would just state your name and address for the record as well, and then offer your comment.
My name is Peter Petuto. I live at 215 Hale Street. That's the corner of Pickman and Hale. And after listening to Councilor here, his concerns are my concerns about how long it's going to take. And the road has just recently, within the last few years, been resurfaced and all the sidewalks were placed. So my concern is that they're going to be tearing that street up for a long period of time because they're going to go, I don't know, 1.5 miles or something from one end to the other. So that's basically what I wanted to make sure that everybody understands what's going to happen there and the impact it's going to have on all of the people who live on Hale Street.
Thank you very much, Mr. Petuto. So I appreciate your being here, appreciate your comment. Are there other members of the public as well? I want to make sure if people are here tonight for this order that we get to you before we recess it to another date. Okay. Councillor Houseman.
If I may, to Mr. Petuto, through you.
Yes, please.
I am not aware that the council ultimately will have the ability to deny this request. I do not know the answer to that. We have only, as a council, started reviewing gas line installation applications fairly recently. So it may be that what we can do is all that we can do, but at the end of the day may not have any choice in whether the gas line goes in. But as Councilor of Ward 4, certainly it's, we share the concern about the impact on our streets, especially a street that is so virtually brand new. So thank you. Okay. Thank you for showing this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Petuto. Given Councillor Houseman's earlier statements, and that seems like there are further questions, more information, I would entertain a motion to recess this public hearing to our 12:20 meeting at 8 p.m.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So this public hearing will then continue on our 12:20 meeting. And just a note, that is a Tuesday. I know that's unusual for the City Council. That's a Tuesday meeting, and that will be at 8 p.m. We'll continue this public hearing. Thank you very much, everyone. This brings us just about to 8:30, and so we do have our joint public hearing. I think they do. So I would entertain a motion for just a 2-minute recess so that the planning board members can come in and get settled.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll take a 2-minute recess and have our planning board come on in and get set up. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Welcome especially to all the members of the public who just joined us for our posted public hearing with the joint public hearing with the Beverly Planning Board. Welcome also to our members of the Beverly Planning Board who have joined us here, and to Chair of the Beverly Planning Board, Ellen Hutchinson. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
nice
Madam President.
To see you.
Nice to see you as always.
Also, thank you and welcome to our City Planning Director, Darlene Nguyen, who is here with us. I will take a moment, just by way of housekeeping, to say that if members of the public are here and you would like to sign up to speak in this joint public hearing, the sign-up sheet for this public hearing is here to my left. your right if you're coming up. And if you can just add your name and address, and we'll be going to members of the public during this public hearing. If members of the public are coming who are expecting or would like to speak in our now recessed to 9 p.m. public hearing on the setting of the tax distribution, that sign-up sheet is over here to the right of Ms. Hutchinson, and so you can go whichever way you need to go. So with that, I will call to order our posted joint public hearing with the Beverly Planning Board. This is on order number 279, 2022, and I will read that legal notice now. The Beverly City Council and the Beverly Planning Board will hold a joint public hearing on Monday, December 5th, 2022 at 8:30 p.m. in City Council Chamber, City Hall, 3rd floor, 191 Cabot Street, Beverly, Mass., relative to a proposed zoning ordinance amendment affecting various sections, which includes eliminating the tall building overlay district and reference to the associated 2007 design guidelines, creating a new CC2 sub-district along Cabot Street, reducing the maximum height of buildings to 45 feet in the new CC2 sub-district and in the RHD district between Cabot Street and Rantoul Street, and in Article 15, affordable housing, lowering the threshold from 6 to 4 units and requiring 12% of new residential units be affordable to households earning less than 60% of area median income. The full text of Order 279 can be read at the City Clerk's Office, 191 Cabot Street, Beverly, Mass., Monday through Wednesday, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m., and Thursday, 8:30 to 7:30 p.m., and Friday, 8:30 to 1 p.m. It's also available to view online at the Beverly, Mass. website Agenda Center. And this was published in the Salem News on Friday, November 18th and Friday, November 25th, 2022. So with that, I would invite you to open for the planning board.
May I borrow?
You, please.
Thank you. This meeting of the Beverly Planning Board is called to order. I would ask for a motion to recess into public hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Beckwith. Is there a second, please? Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. We are now in public hearing. I turn it back to you, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I think to begin, we'll go to our City Planning Director, Darlene Nguyen, who looks ready to go with a presentation. We will then have a chance to move to questions and comments from the City Council, members of the Planning Board, and hear from members of the public. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen.
Thank you, and I'm going to try and keep this just to the facts of the proposed zoning amendment, and so we can move through to comments and questions. So I think as you read in Council President Flowers in the legal ad, there are kind of three aspects of these proposed zoning amendments. One is to eliminate the tall building overlay district to reduce the maximum allowable height in the Cabot Street area, which we're now creating a CC2 district to identify that, and also in the residential high density RHD district, which is between Cabot and Rantoul. And three, to introduce greater affordability requirements for residential development projects. And just a bit of background to the policy that is behind these changes. So as many of you know, in 2019, 2020, we underwent a over a year-long process to establish a new master plan for the city of Beverly. Behind that was 7 neighborhood meetings, 4 large public meetings, over 600 people participating online and in person, responding to surveys, 400 people reached via an online mapping exercise. So all of these people contributing to input and helping us set forth some policies and strategies and a vision for the city in regards to, in particular, we looked a lot at development opportunity and priority growth areas. And so some of the relevant goals and strategies that underlie the proposed zoning amendments are stated here. I will kind of read the smaller print. The larger print are the goals. And then under that are some strategies. So under strategic infill development, looking at the CC district to create multiple distinct districts responsive to scale and land use character adjacent of the district and adjacent districts. Another strategy was acknowledging that downtown is the commercial and cultural center, allowing residential as a mixed use component to create vibrant and engaged public spaces. Removing the tall building overlay district was a specific name strategy in the master plan, and relying on dimensional design standards with new mixed-use zoning districts. Some of that process we've already begun crafting, but has not yet been adopted by the city. And then reforming design review and permitting processes. In addition, we also had goals related to transparency and predictability, so aligning land use regulations with content and with context and desired character of new development in order to reduce the need for zoning relief and provide a more predictable and streamlined process, and implementing regulations that are clear and understandable to residents, my typo, sorry, businesses and property owners. Additionally, continuing to prioritize housing supply by allowing denser multifamily and mixed-use development in a Bass River zoning area, which is currently on pause, and downtown through rezoning. And finally, addressing affordability of housing by growing and maintaining a subsidized housing inventory that continues to exceed the state's recommended 10% of the city's overall housing stock. So those are kind of the strategies that underlie the proposed amendments that are, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail. So I've kind of structured each of these with what it is now, what we're proposing, and kind of what the impacts are. So currently, for eliminating the tall building overlay district, we have a zoning overlay that allows somebody to, in this particular area, which is hashed on the plan with the diagonal black lines. The white lines are the parking overlay district, so it's not super clear here, but I have another slide that you see it better. So basically, that in that specific area, somebody could build get a special permit to build a building of up to 75 feet, as long as they followed specific design, tall building design guidelines. The proposed amendment is to remove all references to the height overlay district in the zoning ordinance and that special permit that allows construction of a building up to 75 feet. In addition, we need to remove all references to the design guidelines for taller buildings as they relate specifically to that special permit and allowance. And also removing subsection G, special requirements, which is really only 2 requirements related to screening. And I forget the other one, but I can find it. But they relate specifically to the tall building standards. And finally, removing height overlay from the zoning map. So the impact of that, there are 36 parcels that are either full or partially in the height overlay. 10 of those parcels have been redeveloped in recent years or recently permitted. I'm noting those with stars, yellow or green. And then 3 of those projects actually used the height overlay. So the special permit to get up to 75 feet. Not all of them were the full 75 feet. And then 5 existing buildings, I've kind of assessed that they likely already are at or near their height and capacity limits, so wouldn't really be able to take advantage of it anyway. So the remaining parcels are generally smaller. They may not even have the site capacity to build to 75 feet unless they were combined, which is possible. And then I put the names of some of the buildings up there to give people context as to where we are. But the green square in the middle is Odell Park, right across from the Beverly Depot train station. So at the top, on the top right, it's 199 to 211 Rantoul Street, the Canvas building. The bottom left is the MBTA garage. The bottom right is 79 Rantoul, the Enterprise building. So that's kind of the general area that we're talking about here. So in a nutshell, we would be removing the ability from anyone to build above 55 feet in that district. So the second part was reducing the maximum allowed height along Cabot Street. This is just a snapshot of our existing zoning map. Currently, Cabot and Rantoul Street share the same height maximums. They vary based on type of use and adjacent zoning district. And for example, the most specific is the maximum building height is 55 feet when RHD is the abutting residential district, or 35 feet when RMD or R6 is the abutting residential district. So our proposed amendment is to create, basically responding to the questions and And I think feedback that wasn't specifically in the master plan, but things that we have heard was that there's an interest in reducing the height along Cabot Street and that area of the downtown in order to reflect the context and the character of that part of downtown and distinguish it a little bit from Rantoul Street. And so that number wasn't specifically named in the master plan, but it's something that's been talked about. And so the proposal is to create a new CC2 central business sub-district, which was necessary in order to distinguish kind of the Rantoul Street corridor from the Cabot Street corridor, because each of those sections involve multiple parcels deep. They're not just parcels that abut along Cabot Street or face on Cabot Street. And then a proposed height maximums, which would change slightly. And I'll start actually with the map, so, because I think that helps better than me describing it in the words, but the yellow on the left is the 55 feet. That would remain the same. The orange section kind of to the left side of Cabot Street, for the most part, is 45 feet. And then all the other little bits they're brown, they're 35 feet, and that's the existing condition, which is that in both the CC and CC2 district, there's 35 feet when a parcel abuts the RMD or R6 zoning districts. Those are kind of lower density. R6 in particular is a lower density residential district. And then in the CC district, it would remain 55 feet in the Rantoul Street corridor, except for where it's 35. And then in the CC2 district, it would be 45 feet with no more than 4 stories, except for where it's 35. So hopefully it's not too confusing. The impact of this, there's approximately 202 parcels that would be changed from CC to CC2. Approximately 102 parcels changed from a height maximum of 55 feet to 45 feet, no more than 4 stories. So it lowers the size of buildings along the Cabot Street corridor and limits the potential housing creation in that subdistrict or any other kind of development, because it would apply, the 45-foot height limit would apply to all buildings, regardless of use. And then a kind of a subset of the height reduction, we were looking at this area between Cabot Street and Rantoul that's zoned RHD, or residential high density, which is a little bit of a misnomer because most of the housing units in here are 2, 3, single, 2, 3, 4 family houses with very little other types. There may be some other types of buildings mixed in, but for the majority, they're 2, 3 families. And so currently, it's a district that was established to provide multifamily residences at high density, related recreational, agricultural, and educational facilities, as well as elderly housing, rooming, and boarding houses, and health clubs. Some of those are allowed under special permits. So it exists, as I said, between Cabot Street and Rantoul, although, and not areas that are zone CC. As I mentioned before, some of the CC zones go back a block or so and involve multiple parcels off the Cabot or Rantoul Street. And it runs between Elliott Street and School Street. And the present height maximum there is 55 feet. So we propose reducing the maximum height allowed there to 40 feet. There are no map changes. It's the only place in the city that has the RHD district. The impact here would be 405 parcels in the district. 40 feet was thought to be a reasonable height based on discussions with the building inspector for the types of uses commonly in the RHD right now. Some existing parcels may become pre-existing non-conforming, and this may prevent larger buildings from being constructed within this area. And then finally, the third category of changes was amending the inclusionary housing ordinance. Currently, we require a project of 6 or more units to provide affordable or inclusionary housing units. The affordability of that we require under inclusionary ordinances they're allowed to be provided currently in one of 3 ways, and this was a change we made in 2016-17. That you could do 12% of units affordable to a household with an income at or below 80% of the area median income, or 8% of units affordable to a household with an income at or below 60% of the area median income, or 10% with half and half of that, basically a combination of the 2. And that the Another aspect is that there's a method for providing affordable units off-site. So our proposed amendment is to change each of those sections. So threshold would be changed from 6 units to 4 units. The housing affordability change requirement would be removing 2 of the options and then increasing 1 option so that you basically are required to provide 12% of affordable dwelling units to a household with an income at or below 60% of the area median income. And then we would be removing the off-site unit option as an alternative to providing affordable units within your project. And so the impact of this is that required affordable units will be at a lower rent. It may increase market rate rents as a consequence. The city's affordable percentage will stay over 10% of the total housing stock. It may limit the total number of units created in the city. It does provide fewer options for developers. And then I wanted to provide a snapshot. I'm sure these questions will come up in terms of what 60% of area median income is and 80%, and what typical rents are today. So, for example, for a 1-bedroom that has 1 to 2 people, the range of a rent under 60% of area median income would be $14,073 to $16,083. And then finally, I know there was just a note for the council and the planning board. We are working on our compliance with MBTA communities, which is referred to as Section 3A. Regardless of if we change this or not, the Beverly, because we already have a higher standard than what they're looking for, the state's looking for, which is 10% of units at 80%, we will have to demonstrate the economic feasibility of our inclusionary housing requirement in order to qualify. We don't exactly know what that means yet, and we're still assessing our compliance, just so everybody knows. So again, these are just summarizing kind of the overarching categories, and questions I will refer back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen. So I will move us to questions and comments first from the City Council, then move to the members of the Planning Board, with just a quick note for those who are here, those who may be watching, just about process in this kind of a joint public hearing and next steps. And this may be helpful for councilors too. It's been a while since we've had a joint public hearing. This is for questions and comments. This will not be our only opportunity to have discussion on this matter. At the close of the public hearing, after we hear from members of the public, members of the planning board, members of the council, this matter will be referred to the planning board for discussion so that they can make a recommendation back to the council. That will happen at their next meeting, which is December 13th, if I'm correct?
Yes.
And so we would then receive their recommendation following that meeting, most likely for our December 20th meeting. So this is for questions and comments, but not for full discussion this evening, as it needs to go back to the planning board for a recommendation. So with that, I will open it up for councilors. Are there questions or comments on Ms. Nguyen's presentation or about this? The proposed zoning amendments. Councilor Rand.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Nguyen, and I want to just say I support these changes and appreciate the effort to sort of refine the zoning, especially within Ward 2 and 3. I do want to share a public comment that I think, even though these are, I believe, appropriate changes and sort of address some of the fatigue and height and development that especially Ward 2 has faced over the past decade. I do want to still comment that these are, this move is still sort of focusing on meeting our housing needs only within Ward 2 and 3 and only within transit-oriented development. And I know that is the topic of our public hearing tonight, but I just want to really encourage people to think beyond where we've created this density, to really think about adding housing opportunities in other wards. And you're gonna just hear me say that every time we talk about housing. So, and I know you've heard me say before, that to me that really means accessory dwelling units in other parts of the city, and really thinking beyond like creating dense development in Ward 2 and 3 at this time. I also have a question. So I heard in the presentation, I sort of heard some cons about changing our inclusionary zoning, and I'm wondering if there's a process to sort of, if we do change our inclusionary zoning, is there a process to really assess how those cons, or like the potential for decreased housing production, can we assess that? Is there a planning tool for that? Is there sort of a recommended time frame to really assess, like, you know, in 3 years, do we look at it and say, wow, housing production has decreased to a detriment? So that's my main question on the inclusionary zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Ms. Wynn.
Thank you for that. I think that there are multiple factors that could influence an uptick or a slowdown of development. So it's hard to pinpoint. It would be hard to pinpoint on just one thing. But actually this economic feasibility analysis that the state may be requiring us to do to determine our MBTA communities compliance would be the best thing. We don't really know what that means yet, but kind of evaluating. And I think what they would be asking us to do is to demonstrate that we can require this level of affordability without seeing a downturn or without negatively impacting the ability of people to, build new housing in the city of Beverly. The state's main goal is that people don't make the restrictions so prohibitively high that they get no housing, right? So, but I do think that that is a tool that actually the state might help define how we can assess that.
Okay, thank you.
All set, Counselor? Yeah. Thank you. Counselor St. Hilaire.
Yes, thank you. So first off, I want to thank the administration for introducing these amendments, and I'm, really glad to hear, I think there is general alignment on reducing the maximum building heights on both Rantoul and Cabot Street, so I was glad to see that. I guess my question is, what are the specific policy goals and objectives we're trying to achieve here? Obviously, on the council, we have a order that I introduced to reduce heights to 3 stories, and I guess, just thinking about the discussion we had on that and, the information that we learned, we added 1,200 new units of housing over 10 years. What is our goal for the next 10 years? Where are we trying to be? Is that not enough? And how does this relate to that? In terms of police and fire, who we heard were understaffed, what are triggers for additional resources in terms of population growth? Our schools were built for the capacity at the time. At what point do we need to think and plan for additional resources in the schools? Roads and sidewalks we're all hearing about are crumbling, as focus has shifted downtown. What is the plan to address some of these needs that we're feeling in the outer neighborhoods? So that's my question and concern. I don't know that this answers any of those questions for me, and so for me, my question is, why is this better than 3 across the board? For me, I would prefer that we limit as much as we can until we get some of these questions answered. I don't know how we move forward in a world without knowing the answers to these questions. We have big unknowns still with the Hall-Whitaker Bridge being closed for potentially 13 years. We've got the MBTA Communities Act. We don't know what the impact of that's going to be in some of our surrounding communities. And, the future of transit-oriented development, frankly, transit ridership is still way down, and a lot of what we're pinning this on is a rebound and future of transit, and we're still in the middle of that. So to me, this is better than what we have today, but I'm still wanting and trying to understand larger questions around planning and vision here. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Ms. Wynn, I want to go back to you so you can respond to those, but I do want to pause us for one moment and ask for a motion to recess. Oh, do you need to do it too, probably?
Yes.
Just a motion to recess this public hearing to 9:01.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Members of the Planning Board, I'd welcome a similar motion.
So moved.
Seconded by Ms. Flannery. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That will allow us to reopen the public hearing on order number 293 that was recessed to 9:00 p.m. Councilors, I would entertain a motion to recess this public hearing to 9:30 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So we'll recess that public hearing on order 293 to 9:30 p.m. And this is probably a good time for me to remind members of the public, if you wish to sign up to speak in that public hearing, you can sign up here, order 293. If you wish to sign up to speak in the public hearing we are about to resume, you can come up at any time and add your name and address to the sign-up sheet here, and we'll get to members of the public in the order that you are signed up. With that, I'll reopen our public hearing, our joint public hearing, the city council portion, on order 279. Madam Chair?
I will do the same, thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the planning board, thank you for your indulgence. We've been playing some leapfrogging of public hearings all night. Welcome to it. Ms. Nguyen, we'll go back to you.
So thank you, Councilor St-Hilaire, for your comments. I think the policy behind these changes, it results from the initiation both of the conversation that you made with your order and the conversations that we'd had at that meeting where we first discussed that order. Some of the other discussions that have been led in earlier review of projects, comments that we've heard during review of other projects, and primarily, they're underpinned by strategies that we recommended in the master plan that came out of those policy discussions and have continued to be discussed. And what I've heard mostly is that people were concerned about Cabot Street and maintaining character and a scale on Cabot Street that's different from Rantoul Street. So that was a direct response to that sentiment. While also respecting that, we do have a significant housing supply issue in the state that we're part of the solution for solving. We're not the only community that needs to solve that, but our administration has been very proactive in finding ways to solve the housing supply problem in the ways that our community can do that. I can't necessarily speak for the public services, but I do know we have a robust plan for improving our roads and continue to do so every year. And we are in frequent conversation with the providers of public services. But that is primarily why we have focused so much on transit-oriented development, and not just because it's transit adjacent, but also because it shares a priority of developing and creating new opportunity in the city for both commercial and residential development where infrastructure already exists and where the incremental change in infrastructure is both less expensive and able to accommodate new growth and additional growth. So we already have roads and water and sewer supporting these areas rather than, kind of clearing undeveloped areas and building new water and sewer lines and extending both traffic and infrastructure out to undeveloped areas. So it's kind of the underpinning, I think, of our policy, if I could venture that, I guess.
Thank you, it's very helpful.
All set for now, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor St. Hilaire. Councillor Feldman, please.
Yes, thank you. And I thank you so much for this presentation, and to the administration for really looking at this as a more thoughtful and targeted approach to some of the issues and concerns voiced by constituents. And I really appreciate that. I wanted to confirm that this is just zoning changes in discussion in Ward 2 and Ward 3 in the tall building overlay, because one of my original concerns with the ordinance proposal from Councillor St. Hilaire was that the 3-story limit would not apply to all sections of a ward, such as Ward 5, where I have an industrial park, I have Cherry Hill, and up by the airport, and it doesn't make sense to me as representing those constituents to have something that is just a blanket approach to zoning in the city. And along those lines, I wanted to echo some of Councillor Rand's sentiments about supporting the distribution of the housing burden that we are facing in the entire state more equally throughout the city and the different commuter rail stops that exist. There are 4 of them still in the city, and along those lines, I also strongly support accessory dwelling units. That's the number one thing I hear in support from my constituents, that they're really looking for those accessory dwelling unit changes to come into effect to be able to expand in the residential neighborhood of Ward 5, maintaining the same character of the neighborhoods, but also providing relief to the housing crisis. So just wanted to thank you for this presentation. Also confirm this was still just changes to the downtown area in terms of zoning. Through you, Madam President. Thank you.
Yes, the 2 districts, the CC and the RHD, only exist in the downtown area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Rotundo.
Thank you. Ms. Nguyen, just a couple of questions in regards to process right now. I know every time we see in the Salem News, we see an apartment units coming on board now. So I guess the question I have is, if we are to adopt, whether it's Councilor St. Hilaire's amendment or adopt this plan in front of us, how many plans right now have come in front of you since this has been discussed? And potentially, how many more could we look at? I mean, I know you mentioned in your presentation that there aren't a lot of parcels left, but there are still potential parcels that could be combined together. One particular I saw was over by, the train station area. There's one there. So I just want to kind of be clear that even if we are to pass some sort of a height restriction, it doesn't negate the fact that developers may have, in the future, before this gets through, file a plan with you which could freeze the zoning for the next 8 years. So I just want to kind of get that on the record to know that people that are aware of what could still potentially happen, even though we as a council are trying to look to limit the height as well as the inclusionary affordable housing and everything like that, but there's still a freeze on the zoning if they choose to file the plan.
That was your first question, right?
It's the only question I'm going to
Okay.
ask you. I'm going to make
I
it
thought you said you
simple.
had a couple,
I
sorry.
do, but that's really the biggest one.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Rotundo. So there, this was discussed a little bit before, that there is the option, well, I will say, we have 4, I'll start with saying there are 4 projects that the planning board has reviewed this fall, 3 of which have been approved, and 1 is still under review. This doesn't change anything that's already been approved. There are 4, or anything that's approved is in the pipeline already. There are 5 preliminary subdivision plans that have been submitted since, up until this point, whether it's since when Councilor St. Hilaire filed his motion or since we filed the zoning amendment. A couple of them relate to the projects that we've already reviewed and approved. So in order to kind of formalize and keep them in that process, and then 2 / they're complicated, but 2 would be brand new. One of them, for example, involves 19 parcels. And so that's just an example. The process now is that, so if somebody files a preliminary subdivision plan, the planning board would review that and provide feedback, or they don't actually have to approve it. And then within 7 months, they have to provide a definitive subdivision plan. And then at that point, if that definitive subdivision plan is approved, they have a zoning freeze. And these are subdivision plans. They don't actually have to be built. It can be as simple as moving lot lines and things like that. So, but it is a tool that can be used and is allowed under the Zoning Act to freeze the zoning. So if those plans were approved, they would freeze the zoning. They're viable plans.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Councilor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is similar to Councilor Rotundo's. I first want to offer the comments that I appreciate the work the administration put into this proposal, particularly the nuance in restructuring the height limitations for the RHD district and then creating a CC2 district, understanding that those 2 portions of our downtown are certainly different in character and function than the portion of our downtown on Rantoul. So kind of building off of Councilor Rotundo's question, it is my understanding that a proposal recently approved by the planning board on Federal and Cabot Street, while in compliance with the current zoning parameters of the city, would be out of compliance had it been proposed, and these were the standards, essentially. So I believe this is a question more for the city solicitor's office. I understand it's been approved, and the current zoning allows for the proposal, which would be in excess of the roughly 4-story limitation that would be implemented under this provision if it were to be adopted. Given that the city council and the planning board is considering a proposal that would put what would then be a fairly new development out of compliance, is there any legal recourse or action that the city council could take, such as a moratorium or other action to essentially hit pause while we complete this process on a project that, while it has been approved, hasn't yet actually been constructed?
Thank you, Councillor Sweeney. Ms. Nguyen or Solicitor Williams, I'm not sure if one of you would like to. Solicitor Williams, thank you.
So Councilor Sweeney, I'm not 100% sure about the project or the type of relief or approval that the planning board granted. So I'm a little reluctant to speak to the specifics.
Yeah.
But in general, the way the law is set up, the zoning act, it does allow developers and owners of property to freeze the zoning with respect to their land. And so if there was an approved preliminary or definitive plan or approval not required plan or a building permit is issued, there are ways to freeze the zoning. And it's kind of a balancing act between the rights of a city or a town to enact zoning that changes and limits the rights of an owner and an owner to preserve those rights for a period of time. So I think if relief has already been granted, if it's the type of relief that freezes the zoning with respect to the land, I think it's unlikely that the city council can do something to prevent that from going forward. And I think even with a moratorium, one could argue that, you could freeze the zoning to prevent the impact of a moratorium. I mean, I haven't looked at that issue, and so I'm speaking very much in generalities here. But the law does recognize the rights of owners and developers to freeze the zoning with respect to their land, and for cities and towns to change the zoning over a period of time. I don't know if that's helpful.
That is helpful. I appreciate understanding our options as we consider this proposal. And again, thank you to the mayor and Ms. Nguyen for the time that you put into bringing this before us.
Thank you, Councillor Sweeney. Thank you, Solicitor Williams. Councillor Houseman, please.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, I also extend my thanks to the administration for putting together the proposal, and also to my colleague, Councillor St. Hilaire, for also sort of kicking off, jump-starting the conversation by submitting his proposed change, which I would agree with Councillor Feldman, is across the board too uniform for the entire city, but it certainly jump-started this conversation. I have a question to Ms. Nguyen, and then I want to make some comments based upon in part what her answer is, if she's able to answer it. So, under the proposed change that's been submitted by the administration, the Burnham building down on Rantoul Street, which was one of the very first, if not the first, of the various new buildings that went along, after the holiday parade, I was walking by it, and it's, I believe, if memory serves correctly, 4 stories high. It's directly on the street. And over the years, there's been a lot of conversation that it was perhaps, notwithstanding the constraints that the developer had, not necessarily the most shining example we have of our new buildings on Rantoul Street. So my question to you is, under this proposed change of 40, help me out here, 45 feet and not more than 4 stories, I think is the number. 45 feet, not more than 4 stories. Based upon my quick look, the Burnham building would be able to be built along Cabot Street under the new proposed CC2 zoning. Is that pretty close.
I don't know the height of the building offhand,
Mhm.
but if it is 45 feet, then it would be able to be built on Cabot Street.
Okay, thank you. I think that for me, the intent of this conversation, or maybe I should say my goal, to answer Councilor St. Hilaire's goal-related question specific to this proposed change, really has to do with the character of Cabot Street as it currently is. And I think anyone who's followed development generally, or certainly in Beverly, the character, or under the special permit language, the neighborhood is in the eye of the beholder. Some people think the neighborhood is very specific, or maybe specific to what they like, and others will define neighborhood or character differently. And my concern really is, be very explicit about this, is to try to maintain the existing character of Cabot Street within more or less this defined area, maybe not exactly, but more or less along what's been defined as this proposed CC2 district. And I want to speak to sort of address some of the comments I've heard that all new housing is good housing. Because I'm a strong supporter of affordable housing, but I don't think that all new housing is, quote, good housing, in the sense that I think it's a false choice to have to choose between more housing and maintaining the character along Cabot Street, which is a fairly distinct, limited area in the city. Beverly as a city has gone a long way towards addressing the affordable housing crisis that we face. But it is not simply a city problem. It is a regional and Commonwealth problem. And we're not going to solve all of that in Beverly, and we're not necessarily going to probably make any appreciable dent in it if we change in any dramatic way the character of Cabot Street. So I think it's a false choice to say we have to choose, and that any change to the zoning which somehow restricts the ability to build, as many houses, or many buildings or new units on Cabot Street as on Rantoul Street, is a false choice. That's my personal opinion. So I think this proposal is better than what we have, but I am concerned that it does not necessarily address what I would like to see in terms of changes to the zoning to protect the pedestrian-oriented, pedestrian-scale nature of Cabot Street, if it would be possible for the Burnham Building to be placed along this stretch on Cabot Street, because I don't think that's what people want or think of when those who are in favor of preserving the character of Cabot Street. That's not what they think of. That's not what they're looking for. So I appreciate the effort of the administration, and I'm interested in having a continuing conversation with the administration. And I've spoken with the mayor about maybe having some more meetings on this topic, sort of in parallel with this proposal and with the contemplation of the planning board on this proposal, to try to dig a little bit more deeply into this proposal and how it would actually apply in a given situation, and would that achieve what I hope is the goal, or would like to see as the sort of the goal of the zoning change, which is to in a fairly significant way preserve the character of this stretch of Cabot Street. So one of the things that came up in my conversation with the mayor last week on this subject was the question of, well, because of the parking requirement and because of the size of the given lots along Cabot Street that are in question, he suggested that those two factors, that the size of the lot and the requirement for one parking space per unit would effectuate a significant zoning control to not have Cabot Street sort of transformed, or at least maybe to keep Cabot Street more or less the way it is. I don't know that that's the case, so I asked two questions, which I hope the administration can maybe dig into and answer. One is, maybe this has already been done, but I'm not aware of it at least. One is, we know that under the zoning laws that developers can count a certain number of public parking spaces to satisfy their own parking requirements. And I've certainly heard over the course of many development projects, people ask the question, well, is this development counting the same public parking lots as the next development? And so are we double counting or triple or quadruple counting the use of those parking spaces and satisfying parking spaces? Because if we are, I'm not sure that operates as a sufficient factor in again, my sort of policy goal of trying to retain the essential character, not the identical character necessarily, but the essential character of Cabot Street. And the other factor that you pointed out was the size of the lots along Cabot Street, and that they were small enough that they might preclude, in addition to the parking requirement, preclude development that we might not find favorable. But as we all know, parcels can be joined. Developers can go up and buy more than one parcel. So I don't know that those two things, in the absence of at least more information that I'd like to have, operate to effectuate the goal that is here. So while I think this is certainly an excellent conversation and certainly overdue, but certainly timely, and I appreciate the effort that's been put into this, I'm not willing to say at this point that I favor it as achieving the goal that I would like to see, and I think that is part of what's been elucidated in the slides here when we talk about the feedback maybe not everyone, but many of us have gotten about trying to retain that essential character of this stretch of Cabot Street. So I would encourage my colleagues to keep an open mind about the possibility of using this this proposal not as a final stop in the discussion or a final answer to maybe what we're trying to achieve, but to dig a little bit more deeply and keep an open mind to the possibility of some kinds of refinements to it that might actually be an improvement over trying to achieve the goal that I won't repeat because I've said it multiple times now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, I'm going to give us a couple more minutes for the council, reminding us that this is not our final discussion on this topic, and the planning board has yet to go, and I want to hear from members of the public. Counselor Rand, but I want to try to keep our portion relatively brief after this so we can turn it to our colleagues and then the members of the public. Counselor Rand.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to comment first that I appreciate removing from the inclusionary zoning the ability to have off-site affordable units, but wanted to also ask what the consideration was for leaving the payment in fee, in lieu of payment. Did that make sense? Payment in lieu of. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Yes, please, Ms. Nguyen.
The payment in lieu of is only eligible for ownership properties. It's only been used on 2 projects in the city thus far. It hasn't been used since we increased the fee, but also people are not building condos as much. And it was left because it's our means, it's a reasonable means of generating income for the Affordable Housing Trust. So it's another way to attack the housing creation problem, and we've used it successfully, I think, in this case. So, I think it wasn't, we heard that people, the planning board and others were uncomfortable with the off-site units. This is another way, though, to create larger scale. We've used it to create much larger projects that are really critical and provide much deeper affordability than we would maybe get on an on-site unit. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. And I may just throw out a few comments in anticipation of the planning board's comments and further deliberation, and to hear more from the planning department as we go along, but not to hear responses now necessarily. So on the various pieces related to height, I understand one of the goals going forward in all zoning changes is to provide greater predictability and transparency and fewer one-off considerations of special permits. But I am curious if, given particularly in this new CC2 district and perhaps the height restriction in the RHD district, a lot of the concern is around sort of design and fitting with buildings nearby, and also not limiting projects that could, fit the neighborhood, be designed well, and be a little taller. If there is room to leave in some special permit features, so have a lower threshold and some conditions under which a special permit could still be considered. I know there are trade-offs we're trying to avoid there, but particularly until we have the full discussion about design standards citywide, it feels like we may still need to give our boards and committees the tools to have some discretion and sort of leverage in those conversations. So just thinking about, is there still some room at this stage to think about that? And then on the inclusionary zoning pieces, first just wanted to confirm that while the height restrictions are just limited to downtown, any change to the inclusionary zoning would apply citywide. And so thinking about all different types of properties and that a lower number of units triggering the ordinance provisions would mean potentially more opportunities in other parts of the city. So excited about that. Would like to hear some more and think some more and sort of share with the public some more how we think about that definition of affordability and where talking about, the regional area mean income and what that translates to in terms of a monthly rent for a household, how that's written into the ordinance, how we can also look at more localized fair market rates and what that looks like, and in which types of ordinances we can apply different standards based on state law, based on how this is structured, based on our overall goals of providing affordable units. And I think that was the last main piece. To also, I think, just think about what's been shared already around prioritizing, yes, we need more housing production, but we want to first have housing production that meets unmet needs around diversity of housing types. And I think for me, potentially limiting housing production by lowering heights downtown has to be paired with other types of loosening the rules around housing production elsewhere and encouraging housing production of other types. So to have one piece of the conversation without the other piece feels difficult to move forward on.
Thank you, Counselor. And Ms. Nguyen, I saw you nod, but just to confirm, Counselor Bowen did have a question, just that the inclusionary zoning change, if approved, would be citywide, not restricted.
Yes, that's right. The inclusionary zoning applies to the entire city.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. With that, members of the council, I think I will shift us to the planning board, although it is almost 9:30, so Madam Chair, I'm going to have to ask your indulgence to have us recess this by a minute one more time. I would entertain a motion, councilors, to recess the public hearing that we are currently in. This is the joint public hearing with the planning board on Order 279 until 9:31.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Members of the planning board, I'd ask for a motion that parallels what Madam President just asked for.
So moved.
Seconded by Ms. Flannery. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will then reopen our public hearing on Order 293, which was recessed to 9:30, and entertain a motion to recess that public hearing to 9:45.
Council President, if I may make hazard a suggestion that possibly we could wrap up that matter within a fairly short period of time, rather than continue to kick it off. Obviously, it's your discretion.
It didn't feel to me like we were necessarily going to move that quickly on it.
Okay.
And we have members of the public waiting for this public hearing as opposed to that one, so I'd prefer to move this one along.
Fair enough.
So moved. Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we'll recess that to 9:45 and reopen the public hearing on Order 279.
Motion to reopen the public hearing? All in favor? Seconded by Ms. Flannery, all in favor? Thank you, motion passes.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to you to have questions or comments from members of your board.
Members of the planning board, are there questions for our planning director or anybody else? Derek?
There it is, it's green. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the councilors, President Flowers, thank you all for having us here. I had many questions, many of which you also individually had asked. I'm curious, my first question is from the MBTA Community Act. Do we have a target number of units that we are looking at having to create as a result of that law? Is it in and around 2,400 or something like that?
I don't remember the number offhand. We're not required to create any units, however. We are only required to zone so that they may be created.
Yep.
And right now, what we're determining is whether we already comply or not. And if not, what we need to do to comply.
Okay, that was my follow-up question on that one. So thank you on that. One of the, and I do want to applaud the administration for the responsiveness of bringing this forward when the discussion has been so heightened, I think, in the city, you know, with the number of projects that sort of sped their way before us, and 3 of the 4 have been approved. One of the recurring questions for the projects that are downtown does have to do with parking. Not just parking daily, but emergency snow parking for residents and a lot of different things. And one of the concerns I have is, as compelling as it sounds to, you know, jump on top of lowering, you know, heights that are in the existing zoning, is doing that without being able to have a more holistic view of what's happening downtown, our access for our businesses, for people to live there, different things that are happening around the state, like the city of Somerville actually having a proposal. It was hearing the other night. I didn't follow up to find out what happened, for hundreds of units that were being, or for a sizable number of units being created with no parking for any of the units. Is that we don't really have a parking, I think, a firm idea of how much space we have left within the downtown area, within CC2, for parking and for units. Do we have an idea on what that number is?
For parking, well, we are currently undertaking a parking supply analysis and study that we received a grant from DHCD through our Housing Choice Capital Program. So that was started earlier this fall. We have a consultant working on that with us, basically to identify, you know, what is the true parking demand right now. We did a study in 2017. There was excess parking supply, but things have changed. So we wanted to assess and have an updated number as to what our demands are on parking, how utilized are our current public parking facilities, and whether there's surplus capacity, if there is a need for additional parking, where are the opportunities that we might be able to create additional public parking. in the downtown. So we're hoping to have more feedback from them in about mid-December.
Okay, because to me, anyway, and it's sort of an idea of how much space we actually have, not just in terms of volume of buildings and the number of units that could be created, but the number, the actual, how long, you know, would this be viable if we run out of, if we're in gridlock downtown, is one of my things. I think that should be part of the policy discussion. And I'll just leave it at that right now.
Thank you, Mr. Beckwith. George?
I wanted to follow up on the question on the MBTA zoning act. We don't know if we currently comply. Pardon me. We don't know if we currently comply. Is there a concern that reducing sort of the zoned capacity of our downtown makes us less likely to comply? Or
There is a potential that we would have to revisit these changes if we don't comply and figure out a way to comply.
Okay. I know the state has been not exactly proactive on getting the rules out there and you know, making life generally miserable for you guys. Is there any sort of idea on timeline on when we might have sort of more clarity from the state?
Yeah, the state released a compliance model for us to play with or use about a week or two ago. Victoria is digging into it. It's highly complex and parcel-based, and we are due to tell them whether or not we think we comply by mid-January. And that seems really ambitious, but we will do our best. So yeah, it is, I mean, it's, what DHCD has said is, you know, think about when Chapter 40B was passed years ago, and it takes a long time for people to understand actually how to implement these rules, and we have to be patient. You know, they seem very simple on face, but when you dig into them, there are a lot of layers and a lot of complications. And the level of detail and information that they're looking for us to do, which is all GIS and kind of map-based, is significant. And so we are, additionally to Victoria digging into it, we are hoping to get technical assistance as well. Or we'll have technical assistance, so.
I guess I'm sort of concerned, and I heard it from a couple of the counselors as well, the idea of, you know, sort of reducing the potential for generating new housing in the city. I understand that there has been housing constructed in the last 10 years, as housing in the pipeline. There are housing needs in the region, and the conversation that we're having is the conversation that every community in Greater Boston has, and everyone feels a special attachment to their downtown and their, you know, their special places, the character of their neighborhoods. The reason that we're in this sort of crisis where we have housing inaffordability, I would submit, is death by 1,000 cuts. And I'm kind of concerned that between increasing the inclusionary percentage, decreasing heights, decreasing the, you know, total capacity, you're going to just freeze up a lot of that construction that does make a difference in the aggregate, and not just Beverly, but the, you know, the entire area. So, sorry, more of a comment, not a question. But.
Other members of the board who have questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rodney Sinclair. First of all, coming to these meetings, I don't know about folks in the community, but it's just amazing the work that you all are doing behind the scenes to keep the city running. So I really, truly appreciate that. One of the questions that I have, and not being part of, I think, or present during the master planning process and hearing some of the why, the question really is sort of, what's the why? What were the impacts that were discussed during that process that led to these strategies? What's the hope coming out of these strategies that you will achieve? So that's the first kind of, you know, 1A and 1B question. And then the second question goes to Councilor Feldman's desire and comment about allowing more growth in other parts of the city. One of the things that we're seeing outside of the downtown when it comes to large-scale development is the impact that it has on traffic. And so if we are pushing, or, well, let me say, If the desired impact is to push larger scale development, housing development outside of this district, how do we mitigate that basic issue with traffic, which is just something that comes up with most projects within these largely residential neighborhoods?
Thank you. So your first question, kind of was the why. And I think the best way that I could answer this, and I think it also addresses Councilor Houseman's comments as well, was that this is really a small part of the piece of the package that we're working on. And as most of you know, and we talked about during the first discussion with Councilor St. Hilaire's proposal, was that we are working on we have produced a design standards document that would be much more specific, but much more complex for both of these boards to process, and as well as the public. And we would not have been as nimble a response in terms of being able to get this on the books very quickly, because what we heard at the meetings was we have to do something quickly. We want to see progress. And so this is the quick fix piece of it that we could put into place quickly and help to mitigate what we heard were we don't want the same heights along Cabot Street that we see on Rantoul Street. We want to be able to retain some of the character, and I agree that scale is not character always, and they're different, but we were hearing kind of more of a scale concern and a fear about height and scale, and that's what this is in response to, and kind of the why and the specific height reduction piece of it. And the hope is that we would then be able to move forward with other pieces of the package, including the design standards that would help him craft what we want Cabot Street to look like. What they are is more of a kind of form-based code where they talk about what the pedestrian scale should look like, what the buildings should kind of be in the framework in order to have getting the type of and quality of building that we want to see. Not that things that we have had recently are not what we want to see, but there are some. And then just for the inclusionary piece, I don't know if you're talking about the height piece, but for the inclusionary piece, obviously the goal is we feel like there's a need for deeper housing, less of a need for the 80% housing, and more at a lower, even if it's going to have somewhat of a consequence, but we feel like that's really important to hit that target income range. And then as to, I think I agree, traffic we hear all the time about, where development is occurring, and I think the mayor has been pretty firm in his stance that, we during the master planning process, we talked about making North Beverly train station kind of a priority development area, and we got a lot of pushback against that. And one of the reasons is the train frequency is half that it is in Beverly Depot. We didn't want to create the opportunity for all this housing in North Beverly, and people are still going to drive to the depot. So until we have more efficient commuter rail transportation, some of these conversations are off the table, and the mayor is a really strong advocate for electrifying the rail. We're also working on opportunities and exploring opportunities for east-west microtransit connections, how we can improve our internal transportation to get people around without cars or lessen the use of cars. That helps.
Just good segue, I guess. I'm just thinking about the very big picture of what we're trying to do. We're trying to promote housing that's livable, that's comfortable, where people can live contentedly, and at the same time live with less impact on resources. Specifically, going forward, we need to learn to live without any fossil fuel resources at all. Is this moving us in that direction? And that's what I'm sitting here pondering. Are we moving into a future that we can live with? And how does this impact that? That's just what I'm thinking.
Actually, could I just ask Wayne to hold off for a second? Board members, could I have a motion, please, to recess our public hearing until 9:46, please? seconded by Mr. Gomes. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes.
City Councilors, same motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That will allow us to reopen our public hearing on Order 293. I'd entertain a motion to recess this to 10:10.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we'll recess that one to 10:10 PM and return city councilors to our public hearing on 279. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We are back. Wayne, if you have other questions or comments? Other board members with questions or comments? Sarah, did I miss you? Okay. Okay, I have a couple. Darlene, thank you for your presentation, and thank the administration for responding to the concerns of people with respect to these types of issues. Tonight I've heard from Councilor St. Hilaire as well as Councilor Houseman that there's a desire to look at this issue, I think, in more depth. Councilor Houseman in particular raised some issues that I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor, that he believes warrants further, for lack of a better word, investigation. My question is there a risk or a downside in postponing a decision on this matter?
I mean, the risk is that we don't make the change and things will continue as is until the change is approved. I think.
And if we were to go ahead and move on this matter, does that preclude ongoing consideration of the issues that both Councilor St. Hilaire, Councilor Houseman, and other councilors have raised this evening?
I think there are other layers to that conversation and those changes that fall under the design standards, or which relate also to height, and maybe more fine tuning. Even if we see this as somewhat of a placeholder, there's other layers related to parking changes, to the ADU ordinance. Each of these things are, the entire zoning ordinance is complex, as I know you understand, and making a whole changes all at once is cumbersome. So in a way, it's looking at it as pieces that we can make over time, but with the understanding that you may vote to make this change as a council, and then continue to kind of tweak as we look at the design guidelines and dig into this. You may find that there needs to be refinement.
Okay. I apologize for going into the weeds on this, but it's what we do. Ms. Nguyen, I believe you said that 202 parcels will change from CC to CC2. My question is, do you know, is there a majority? What type of properties are these parcels, and what would be the impact on them?
Let's see. So they're all the parcels on the right side of that slide. The right arm would become CC2. The ones that are noted as 35 feet is actually no change from the current condition today. That is part of the requirements. So the ones that would change would be the 45 feet, which I said who would have they would have a lower height allowance. That's 102 parcels. And they're mostly along Cabot Street, but have also go back into the neighborhoods a bit, up to Chapman Street for a couple of blocks for the length of Chapman, and further north beyond, it does extend, although there's not a street there, it does extend down each of those side streets for at least a couple parcels. But it wouldn't change anything about their current operation or what they're allowed to do on their lot currently. It would just limit if they were to redevelop or rehab or try to increase their height, they would not be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the red line version of the proposed zoning amendments, and I'm just wondering, when you're describing, for example, I'm looking at Article 7, district regulations, and on Part D, Subpart F, 1F, I'm sorry, it says, in the CC2 subdistrict, 45 feet with no more than 4 stories. I'm wondering, is there a reason why that language is so specific with respect to the number of stories, but the other language for other districts that talk about height, like, for example, the CC district at 55 feet doesn't specify a maximum number of stories?
Primarily because that's what we had discussed openly when we included the 4 stories. And at times we've said 4 stories, and at times we've said 45 feet. Now, 4 stories could also be 55 feet. So I think that was pointed out, that was in our design standards, that 4 stories was 55 feet. So that level of specificity was, you know, we were talking about 4 stories, but we wanted to make sure that it was 4 stories at 45 feet.
Okay. And I think my last question would be, you're reducing the maximum building height in the RHD from 55 to 40. And when we're talking about, in the CC district, maximum height would still be 55 feet when the RHD is the abutting residential district. And I'm just wondering, that's a big drop-off. You go from 55 to an abutting 45, and I'm just wondering if that's something you might reconsider when the RHD is the abutting district. And I know that's really weedy, and I'm sorry, everybody. And especially because you have in both the CC and the CC2, the maximum height is 35 feet when RMD or R6 is the abutting residential district. So there's concessions isn't the right word, but for lack of a better word, given the hour.
So the reason for that, I mean, the R6 generally is a single-family residential neighborhood. So that's, the very few parcels actually abut the RMD.
Yeah.
So I think that's related to the density in those districts. As I mentioned, the RHD is called a high-density district. RMD is a medium-density district. So there's density both in kind of tightness as well as height of buildings. But in what you're talking about in reducing the height would be the RHD, it would only be on the Rantoul Street side when the CC district abuts the RHD. That's the only place where there's a 55 to 40 foot difference. In the CC2, it would be 45 feet to 40.
Okay, it just seems like a very sharp differentiation, that's all. Is there anything else from the planning board before I turn it back to the Madam President? Madam President, I turn it back to you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, I'd like to go to members of the public. We have some members of the public signed up to speak in this public hearing. If you have not signed up to speak, I will ask after these 3 members have a chance to speak if anyone else would like to speak. And when your name is called, if you would go to the podium, state your name and address for the record, although I'm about to give away your name. We'll love to hear it again from you. And then you'll have up to 3 minutes to make your public comment. Councilor Rotundo, I think we could all use some groovy tunes. Would you like to time keep for us? Sure. You never know what's going to come out of Councilor Rotundo's phone. The first member of the public we have signed up to speak, I think may no longer be here, but I want to make sure. Chris Benjamin. Is Mr. Benjamin still here? Okay. Then Rich Tabbitt, we'll go to you, please.
I'll try to the best.
So, Mr. Tabbitt, I know that you're familiar with this, but name and address for the record, and you have until you hear some groovy song play from Councilor Rotundo.
My name is Richard Tabbitt. I live at 57 Sawing Road in Beverly. First of all, I'd like to thank the in-depth discussion tonight by all the councilors and everyone involved, the planning board and everyone else. I mean, one of the things that I'm going to just talk about is what I know, which is my neighborhood. I mean, one of the things we're talking about is piecemeal. We talk about the character of the neighborhoods. The character of my neighborhood has changed a lot in the last 20 years. We have the varying contamination. We have one of the busiest intersections in the city. We have airplanes flying over our houses late at night. And one of the things that was done recently, which I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for, was redoing the light cycle and redoing the lights at the corner of Henry's. Has helped, but has not solved the problem. What happens is the cars now are cutting through the Flair's parking lot, cutting through the strip mall, and almost running us over. I'm a runner, and I think that we really need to talk about the whole city, not a piecemeal solution to the city's problems. I think we need to designate, like prioritize. I'm not sure exactly how much traffic there is in the Henry's neighborhood, where I live, but it seems like we're one of the busiest intersections in the city. So, I mean, I know you have time constraints, you only can do a few neighborhoods at a time, but you need to concentrate on neighborhoods that are hurting the most. My street feels ignored. I mean, we say our street can't be paved because it's private ownership. We have a varying contamination issue, which I know you dealt with Shore Country Day about Sawing Road residents. I talk to the neighborhoods, and they feel ignored. We need people to listen to us. We need help. And I think when you do the solution, you need to do the entire, like what Scott Hausman says, we need the entire city involved, not just one neighborhood. Our neighborhoods have character too, and we want to have our quality of life. Another thing I'd like to bring up is I'm on fixed income, and I hear like the 12% affordable housing. Why is it 12%? Why isn't it 20, 25%? What is the reasoning behind that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tabbitt. And thanks for being here with us. I know you've been here all night, so thank you for spending your evening with us. Our next citizen speaker is Lorinda Visnick, making her way to the podium now. Ms. Visnick, name and address for the record, and then you two have up until you hear the timer.
Lorinda Visnick, 39 Middlebury Lane. As we gather here in this place, we acknowledge and honor the original indigenous inhabitants of this land, the Namquag and Pawtucket bands of the Massachusetts Tribal Nation, which continues today through membership of the Massachusetts Tribe. We acknowledge their ancestral and continued connection to the land. We also recognize our obligations to this land to better environmental care and stewardship to which the indigenous people who care for it have long called us. As we work towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, we acknowledge the importance of lifting up and inviting in many voices, including those of the indigenous people, and as we work to include them in their perspectives in our discourse, in our decision-making, and in our actions. Relative to the proposed zoning ordinance amendments, I wish to ask for additional information. On the spectrum of possibilities, one end being no growth whatsoever, and the other end being little zoning restrictions, which would leave us with potentially unlimited growth, it would be helpful to know where we are as a city today. Furthermore, at the macro level, what is our city capacity for growth given the current zoning? Then, for any given proposed change, how will that change affect the current baseline of potential growth? Stated another way, how many more single-family homes could be built today? What other types of homes can be built today? And how do these proposed zoning changes affect that capacity? Furthermore, for any given change that would increase capacity, what are the city plans for infrastructure changes to support that additional capacity? I ask this because I worry tremendously about the lack of such an overarching, well-communicated plan. Without such information, the void is filled with information often driven by fears, often not factual. For instance, there is chatter that our schools are overflowing. This, in fact, is far from true. I sent some of you the latest data from our schools when the Ward 6 counselor brought forward the height restriction proposal. For all those who did not see that data, it basically said that in the past we've had 4,800 or more students in the school system, and today we have 4,600. In the past, we've had elementary school class sizes so large that some counselors proposed cuts to the overall city budget to make funds available to hire additional teachers so as to be able to lower class sizes. At this time, there are only 5 of our 20 elementary school classrooms with 20 or 21 students. The remaining 15 classrooms are below 20 students per class, some as low as 13 students per class. My purpose is not to discuss class size, but rather to use them as a very tangible example of facts versus fiction, and to use that example to hammer home the fact that we must not allow fear-mongering to drive our decisions. It was 5 years ago yesterday, I believe, that the City Council voted to approve the building of Anchor Point. As you know, the demand for that housing far exceeded the availability, over 600 applicants for 38 units. At a recent planning board presentation, we saw the cost of the apartments recently built, the prices were out of reach of many, and the vacancies were incredibly low. These combined facts simply amplified the need for more housing and for more affordable housing. However, we cannot simply build more housing without providing a plan for supporting the additional building. Without a big picture, macro level plan for providing services versus piecemeal presentations, we will continue to hear people say that the building must stop or that the building must be restricted. But we need more housing. We need more affordable housing. I love these proposed changes, but I hope we can communicate a wholly comprehensive plan so that the fear-mongering does not lead to our collective conversations about being taken away from what is best for our community and what our community actually needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Visnick. That's the end of the list we have signed up to speak. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing? Yes, please. Name and address for the record, and then up to 3 minutes or till you hear the music.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Miranda Samasco. I live at 10 Hopkins Avenue in Beverly in Ward 2. I have sort of 3 concepts or 3 remarks. One is that this changing the zoning can frequently have unintended consequences, and I think that that is a big reason to resist the urge for quick action as opposed to looking at it more carefully. I guess I would follow up on Councilor Hausman's remarks that it's not often you can get both of these groups together to actually consider a zoning change with as much policy ramifications as you are. And I would urge you to take the time and do it right. And that would be the first comment. My second comment, I'm going to echo what we've heard from many speakers tonight, happily, is that the need for affordable housing is real. And I fear that the changes before you will actually result in less affordable housing than perhaps members of the council and planning board hope. Obviously, restricting the height is a way to restrict density, and density, at the end of the day, building more housing leads to a greater supply and brings down rents. And so we are making a choice when we limit height to limit the amount of housing that's being produced. That said, as somebody who appears before the planning board quite frequently, I certainly understand the fatigue factor for the taller buildings, and I think that's a policy decision that is perfectly within the council's purview to undertake. The affordable housing changes, while I do worry about, because I think if the public doesn't want these larger, dense projects, one of the ways to continue to build housing is to support smaller infill projects that don't have that density. And when you make the affordable housing requirement apply for projects as small as 4 units, that is an incredible disincentive for smaller infill development, because the numbers do not work. They quickly make that project unfeasible. And I would just say, on a very particular note, I'm concerned that if, for an example, if you have somebody who owns a 3-unit building anywhere in one of these RHD districts, for example, or in CC, and they have the ability to create 2 more units. So we're not talking about 25 units, we're not talking about 68 or 120 units, we're talking about 5 units in neighborhoods where that is appropriate. If they add 2 units, suddenly one of those units has to be affordable, which sounds great, but if you are the person trying to make those nickels add up, it becomes very difficult, both in terms of the initial development investment, as well as the administration of dealing with lotteries and things like that, and lawyers, and all the stuff that comes with it. So I would just suggest that everybody think carefully about that, and I would argue against reducing the applicability of inclusionary housing from what it is today, which is 6 units. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samasco. And Mr. Samasco as well. Name and address for the record, and then I know, Mr. Samasco, you heard that groovy song because you were bopping to it, so when you hear that, that signify your time to wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thad Samasco, proud resident of Ward 2, also an architect locally. And my more intelligent wife spoke well, I think, but I wanted to echo what she said about the 4-unit to 6-unit minimum. I happen to have seen personally this ability to fill in the missing middle of housing where you have, for example, the Anchorage project is a 4-unit project. I can tell you it would have been a 3-unit project if there was a need for the 4th unit to be affordable. Same for a building I know at 2123 Broadway is a 4-unit building. It was Dr. Migdol's building. Became a 4-unit building. It would have been a 3-unit building. And I see that all around the city. There's a lot of scrappy young developer types that are using local contractors to do these smaller projects, a great way to them to start and get their feet into development. And I think you're handicapping them by reducing it from 6 units to 4 for the first affordable unit in a building. Regarding tall building guidelines, I'm the proud author of 2 of the 3 of the tall building guidelines, and the commonality of that is they all had extraordinarily large lots with a favorable topo, which allowed for parking. It's 1 parking place per unit. You can't use the off-site parking for residential units, Scott. So, in fact, you have to have the parking on the site. So that the parking drives the unit count, and it's unlikely that there are any lots large enough in the tall buildings district now that, or you could aggregate enough lots economically, feasibly, to actually to get to the 6 and 7 unit height density, count that you need to get to 6 or 7 units. Plus, 6 and 7 units are more expensive. There's offsets required. So I would say you're probably never going to see another 6 or 7 story building, regardless of whether you adopt the losing that district. So it's up to you whether you lose it or not, of course. Last, I agree the CC2 district makes a lot of sense. One difference between it now and when the Burnham building was done, for example, is the first 25 feet along the sidewalk on the first floor need to be an activated pedestrian use, which would be like a retail or an office use, not a residential use. So you wouldn't have a Burnham building right on the middle of Cabot Street. That said, and these are all my children, these buildings, so if someone speaks ill of them, I get a little bit defensive, but there are 30 units in the Burnham building that used to be a chain-link fenced, abandoned car lot. For about 15 years, I think 30 residents have had a home. The building has paid taxes for 15 years. And those people came and they used the Cabot, they used the downtown, and they've added to the vitality of the building, of the neighborhood, I think. So yes, things have changed. The buildings are much more active, much more interesting as we've moved down the line into areas where they should be more interesting, down by the depot and so forth. So again, thank you for your time. I appreciate all you guys are doing, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samasco. So I see two more members of the public. We are drawing very close to 3 more members of the public. So I will ask city councilors, it was my impression there were more questions to be had on Order 293. Can you just indicate to me if you have further questions or conversation on Order 293?
Which one is 293?
This is the tax.
It was the tax.
It's my impression that we do. Is that correct? Yes, okay. So with that, I would entertain a motion, City Council, to recess this public hearing for 1 minute while we take care of that.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I'd ask the same motion.
Thank you, and members of this, can I just see, members of the public, how many more members of the public would like to speak? Just so I can, okay. So then I would entertain a motion to recess the, reopen the public hearing on Order 293, and city councilors, I would entertain a motion to recess that public hearing to 10:25.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. So we'll recess that to 10:25 and reopen our public hearing on Order number 279. Madam Chair?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you just have to reopen yours.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
I was thinking about something here.
You're doing great.
Move to reopen this. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll go to members of the public. Ms. Mason, I saw your hand first. If you would, name and address for the record. Councilor Rotundo will keep the time, and up to 3 minutes, and when you hear the music, if you would wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Councilor. I'm not at all surprised. Of course, the developers don't want to see any height restrictions, and I really applaud the planning staff and all of the councilors for considering, starting with Councilor Hussein-Dallaire's proposal. And someone asked, I think maybe Ms. Hutchinson asked about what's the risk of not doing something. I think the risk is grave. I really think it's urgent, and I think the fact that they came up with a plan, it wasn't everything that we all wanted, but it's certainly, as was stated, better than what is. And rather than put this off, we could put this off for the next 3 years, debating, trying to refine the entire plan. And I think the fact that it is a segment, it does have a chance for even further refinement down the road, which it might require. But I really think, I hope you will really listen and think seriously about what this will achieve for the city. And I think the sooner we do this, the better off the city will be. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Mason, would you just restate your address? I just missed it.
I'm sorry, 583 Hale Street.
Thank you very much. I know I saw more hands over here. Ms. Spang. And similarly, when you get to the podium, if you would, name and address for the record, and then up to 3 minutes when you hear the music, if you would draw your comment to a close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council and the planning board. My name is Danielle Spang, and I live at 16 Mulberry Street in downtown Beverly. I'm speaking on my individual capacity and not on behalf of any group. I wanted to thank Planning Director Nguyen and Mayor Cahill for the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. And I also wanted to flag a couple things to maybe think about for either when it gets refined or down the road with more changes. And I applaud steps that the city and the planning board can take to ensure more housing at greater affordability levels. I think we all hear about the need for that. And I just also wanted to share my appreciation that Beverly has created new housing units without the state needing to step in and demand that the zoning be put in place. I would suggest that where I've heard some concerns about the character of Cabot Street, and to help with more sustainable buildings in other areas of the cities, that we could adopt more adaptive reuse zoning. The city does have a residential reuse of public buildings ordinance, and I think that it only applies to public buildings currently. There's an opportunity to apply that more broadly to other buildings. And the Briscoe project is a shining example of adaptive reuse and how that can be used to preserve buildings and create more housing. And then I also just wanted to highlight, I know other people have mentioned the ADU ordinance. I think that can provide a way for people to be able to stay in their houses and to help them afford rising property taxes, and also could provide more housing at a smaller scale or in different areas, and allow for some artist live workspace for Montserrat alumni who might want to stay after they graduate from art school. And I just want to thank you for thinking through these issues more holistically instead of trying to prioritize one piece over the other. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Spang. Sir. If you would, just give us your name and address for the record, and then we can begin.
Hi, Steve Moffett, 32 Eastern Ave. So I just wanted to start by highlighting that I was able to buy my house because of a 55-foot unit. That building allowed a resident who didn't want to shovel anymore to move, and I could buy the house that way. I also wanted to just go back to a previous meeting and highlight, I think the fire department's concern was more on the age of buildings than necessarily the height or the density at the moment. With that said, on the subject of affordability, I think just across the board, economists and housing experts have said more housing is good housing. At the last planning board meeting, someone from Family Promise had highlighted this, that they saw all new housing as good housing. So with that in mind, I think anything that we can do to keep that trend going is good. Everywhere that I drive on my commute out of Beverly to work, I see towns across the state are doing that building, especially near railroads. And yeah, I think beyond that, our housing shortage is kind of like climate change. We've got a lot of experts telling us what we need to do. And every day that we are just doing a wait and see approach, we're just making the matter worse. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moffett, and I apologize for forgetting your name. I know you've been here before with us as well. Thank you for being here. I think the last hand I saw was on this side, Mr. DeFranza, unless am I missing anyone over here? Okay. Mr. DeFranza. Name and address for the record if you would, and then, you know, when you hear the groovy song, you must stop.
Andrew DeFranza, 11 Weber Avenue, Ward 2. Goat Hill, and my goal is to talk long enough to hear Councilor Rotundo play something. I would like to request George Thorogood, perhaps, or Most Def, if you have it. One of those would be appropriate. Steve Moffett, I don't know you, but I like you already, so let's get coffee. You have good things to say. So it's nice to be here, and a big thank you to the council and to the planning board. I know this is difficult things to deal with. I think as most folks know from Harbor Light, and we run into this in a lot of different places in a lot of different ways. And some days it's easier than other days. But mostly in this room, it's good. So appreciate all of you and what you do. Just a few comments here. One is on the MBTA zoning. I expect we were certainly active backers of that. Cities like Beverly and Salem are very unlikely to have significant impact. That remains to be seen, but I expect what we will see with that is that, and I'm sorry, I forget who mentioned it, but that should go a long way to expanding the regionality. I believe it was you, Councilor Houseman, expanding the regionality of the response to the problem and diminishing the ability of individual municipalities to bear more of the brunt and other municipalities to do nothing. So the hope is that the MBTA zoning will have a lot to do with that kind of success, and we're eager to be a part of that. 3 other points on the environmental point that Mr. Miller raised, which we delightfully get to talk about with some frequency. I think on the multifamily side, especially on the affordable housing side, multifamily housing is an excellent opportunity to promote energy efficient buildings. There are a variety of reasons for that. One of them is that it uses less land and mitigates sprawl. Others are it gives us significant ability to create energy efficient buildings, including envelope windows, the efficiency of mechanicals, the ability to add solar and other power generating, which we've done in multiple ways, and also to limit and mitigate water use for a variety of ways, including outdoor landscaping. It also goes a long way to reducing our carbon output through our car uses, particularly if we can do that during transit. So the environmental possibilities of improved multifamily housing are significant, and the more volume that we can get in those spaces is a good thing. On the affordability front, just want to thank you all for your kind consideration of that. That's, of course, always our interest. The more affordability we can get, the better. We're very public about that. We are always interested in how we can house essential workers, seniors, people with disabilities, and others who would be economically excluded from our communities all the time, every day, all day. That's what we're interested in. And so making the move to 12% at 60% of AMI, we view as a significant improvement, and we're really grateful for that, and thank you. We're excited about the ADU ordinance possibility and a change there. We'd like to see that across the Commonwealth. That was not the song. Last one is to raise the question of market-driven units. Most of the things that we built are subsidy-based in how they get the affordability created, meaning we use money. On the inclusionary zoning side, we're using leverage, not cash, but leverage on the market units. So the less market units we have, the less affordable units we'll have through inclusionary zoning, and we could talk about that further if people wanted to. But it's always a good day to see all of you. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranza. I believe that brings us to the last hand that I saw for a member of the public. Is that correct? Thank you very much to all the members of the public who have been following us on BevCam or who are here with us this evening, with us for this public hearing and this beginning of this conversation. As I mentioned at the beginning, city councilors, this will not be our final discussion on this. This actually will be something that will refer to the planning board. And for our part also, when we close the hearing now, we'll refer to legal affairs and we'll receive a recommendation. Thank you, Councilor Wren, for that enthusiasm, from the planning board to take up at our subsequent meeting. So with that, Madam Chair, I believe I'll turn it to you to close your portion of the hearing if you wish.
Derek, did you want to make a comment, or?
Yes. You can also come up here if it's quicker.
Yes, I was wondering from the planning board perspective, because I just feel like there were more questions to ask and perhaps more input from the public, whether we could, rather than close the public hearing, we actually just recess until our next meeting, which is next week, where we're going to talk about it anyway, but just continue it in as a public hearing then, so that we can have more input from members of the community, perhaps, and ask some additional questions.
So my understanding is that the city council can close their portion of it, and we can keep ours open if we so desire. Do other members share Mr. Beckwith's desire to keep? I'm getting a big nod from Wayne Miller. Other board members? Okay, I think it looks like we're developing a consensus here for the planning board to keep our portion of the public hearing open. So I would welcome a motion to continue this public hearing until our next meeting, which is December 13th.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Could I have a second on that? Seconded, I saw Mr. Miller. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor St. Hilaire.
I guess just with that, just a quick process question. In order of moving this forward, would the council require a recommendation from the planning board? Is that how that would?
Yes.
I'm looking at Ms. Nguyen, actually,
Yes.
process-wise
Yes.
for zoning.
So the planning board would submit a recommendation, is required to submit a recommendation to the city council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Solicitor Williams.
Yeah, just to add to that, so the council can't vote on the ordinance until it receives a recommendation or until 21 days after it's been submitted back to the planning board. So there is a time within which the planning board is supposed to act and report back.
Thank you,
Does
Solicitor.
that make sense to you?
When is our 21 days up?
I think it would start today, probably, but I'd want to double check
So
that.
today is considered I'm sorry, our time is up today?
No. I think it would start today.
Okay,
the
so
21
today is
days.
considered the day it's submitted to the planning board.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would cover our next meeting,
I
which is
think
next
so.
week.
I think you'd be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, members of the City Council, I will close our portion of the public hearing, refer it to Legal Affairs, and we will receive recommendation from the Planning Board. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, it was a
An awesome
pleasure.
meeting. Pleasure as
Thank
always.
you.
Thank you.
Members of the Planning Board, thank you. Members of the public, thank you. We do have one last public
Yeah, of
hearing.
course,
City
you too.
Councilors, please don't leave. The rest of you are welcome to stay, but you are also welcome to leave. And we will pick up where we have left off subsequent times.
Many times.
Many times.
And now I need to find those notes. Which is which here?
Good time.
I'm going to bring us right to our posted public hearing on order number 293. This has been recessed multiple of times, so I appreciate very much and give thanks to Mr. Karen and Mr. Perry, Mr. Ailes for being with us for the duration. If there are members of the public who wish to speak on this order, you can still sign up, but I will go back to Mr. Karen and Mr. Ailes. And City Councilors, we are in the process of asking questions. So I will look to the council to see where you would like to pick up. Councilor Rand.
Thank you. I just kind of want to pick up that, sort of build off of a question I asked before about sort of the current housing market and what I hear about cash sales, and the response I got. Really, I sort of want to confirm that coming to this realization that really the valuation of residential property is really just a reflection of supply and demand. It's not actually a tool that can be used to sort of check and balance inflated housing markets. Is that accurate? I don't know if maybe through you, Council President, if Mr. Perry would also sort of comment on this question.
The guidelines issued by the Department of Revenue on how we, in terms of how we value property, we don't work for the mayor or the city council, we work for the Commissioner of Revenue. And he sets the guidelines under his authority under Chapter 58. And those guidelines require us to primarily rely on sale prices when those are available. So that's what property actually sells for, is an indication of fair market value for that property, unless there are circumstances that lead you to believe that there is mitigating circumstances that fair market value is some other number than the sale price.
I'll set Councilor Rand. Thank you, Mr. Karen. Councilor Bowen. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry. Councilor Rand did ask if you would also want to comment on that question. I apologize. Councilor Rand.
Pretty much I agree with Assessor Karen on that. A lot of people don't realize the assessors are a pretty independent body by law. And quite frankly, they don't have to pay much attention to anybody but themselves. And it's designed that way. The Commissioner of Revenue does delegate certain regulations through the Bureau of Local Assessments to the assessors. The assessors set the rate, and quite frankly, tonight, I'll get up in a minute, I'm guessing, and the role of the council is very limited on this, but the bottom line, too, going back to your point, it's based on sales. There are no other criteria than when they do their work. It takes almost 3 or 4 months, I think, through the fall to get through all the hoops and hurdles at the Department of Revenue to meet their criteria, and then obviously they come before you with regard to shifts in the residential factor. So the bottom line to it is it's based on sales. There's no other criteria to it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Now, Councilor Bowen, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for your patience in being with us late into the evening. I will try to stay coherent, but my question is essentially to try and understand the overall numbers behind the small limited decision that we're making. And I know we've talked about many times that we are essentially setting the tax rate back in budget season when we decide what the approved expenditures are going to be for the city. We're saying how much the city needs to raise to cover those expenditures. And at that time, there was an expectation built into the budgeting process that we would have, my screen just went dead, that we would anticipate 118 million some odd, 560 some odd $1,000 in tax revenue, in the actual tax levy. And 6 months have passed, a lot of things have happened, and the number that I believe, and so this is what I want to check, the number that's being proposed to be raised from taxpayers now is 119,406,000. And yeah, so it sounds to me like the new growth number was certified higher than was expected, so that explains why we might have more capacity. Doesn't necessarily explain why we might need more money if we've approved a level of expenditure that only assumed 118.5. So I know that the overlay was briefly mentioned in the memo that we received from Mr. Perry and discussed a little bit earlier today in terms of how much of the new growth that we weren't anticipating would be sort of untaxed and as relief to taxpayers, and how much would go to the overlay. But in our budget documents, we get very clear line by line. Here is the previous year levy limit. Here is the 2.5%. Here's the actual new growth. Here's how much we're setting aside of excess capacity we're going to leave on the table. Here's what's going to the overlay, and here's what's needed amongst all of our other revenues to meet the planned expenditures. In the absence of having that in front of us, it's just hard to know if we're asking people to pay more in taxes than we really need to meet the expenditures that this council approved in the budget process. And I know a lot has changed in those 6 months, so I was hoping to hear from you what those things are that have changed, get that sort of revised play-by-play of how much is coming out of property taxes and what that means for what we've seen in other revenues, because the change in new growth from our intentionally, helpfully conservative estimate to the reality is wonderful. And I'm curious where everything else lands and how that 119,000 per million, number was arrived at, just so that we have that context in being able to communicate to people what their tax bills will be.
Okay. I'm going to try to be articulate here. I might have been a little articulate 3 hours ago, but we'll try now. So the 118.5 that's in the budget is based on two major assumptions: the new growth figure and what's required in the overlay. That 118.5 number, I don't have the budget in front of me, I'm assuming that's the net number, is the net revenue that the city can spend on services after it puts aside the overlay. The budget called for a $600,000 overlay estimate at that time and a $1,050,000 in new growth. The new growth number, the only things that have changed since that time is the new growth number, which came in at 1,562, so 512 more than what was originally budgeted or estimated. And the overlay, once we set and finalize the tax rate documentation, will be roughly 812. Okay. The reason why the assessors are recommending and I'm supporting putting 812 into the overlay instead of 600 has to do with a number of pending potential liabilities that the city has with regards to certain taxpayers that have filed for abatements, and it's within the appellate tax board. So there's liability out there that we need to safeguard against. So of the additional 512, and Councilor Sweeney asked about this earlier, so I want to clarify this. Of the additional 512 that we bring in new growth this year, we will capture it all. And we will take 300 of that 500 additional thousand, and we will use that to reduce the taxes for the existing levy. So, in fact, in a typical year when we may go up roughly 2.5%, this year we will only be going up 2.25% in the levy. So last year we were able to provide relief and we only went up 1.5%. This year we're coming in under the 2.5% again and only going up 2.25%, and we will capture 100% of the new growth to offset that additional taxes that we were originally relying on when we built the budget. Is that,
Yes, that is very helpful. That's what I pieced together from the earlier part of the presentation, so really grateful for that confirmation, and it would have been helpful to see that just laid out, because I know it is like a very clear step-by-step process. So I guess the additional question that I have is, have you seen anything in other revenues that has also created space that made you feel comfortable with, that we have the space to dedicate more to the overlay to cover some sorts of liabilities that we will hear about at some point, and that sense of relief?
yeah, the only instance that may cause us to look to that new growth and say, hold on, is if we've got a potential shortfall in an area that we're relying on in terms of revenue. We don't see that at this point. Things are pretty much on target. We were able to, in the FY23 budget, begin to capture back some of that excess capacity that we had benefited from in the previous 2 fiscal years. And so we're on target to kind of meet those levels as we laid out in the budget. There's always variances. There's always revenue streams that we're a little short on and revenue streams that we're above on. The largest one that tends to vary is still yet to be seen, because that's motor vehicle excise. It represents 4% of our budget, but we don't know what that number is until about 80% of the motor vehicle excise bills go out in late January, early February. So we're already late in the fiscal year before we know those figures, but everything else seems to be pretty much on target.
Yes, just one final question is, as we look forward into the next budget season and think about a free cash number that we won't know until the new year, this new growth, the overlay liabilities, just how you're thinking about, the spring, summer priorities and into next budget season. Not that determines anything about the shift that we're voting on tonight, but just for that context of what does this mean for taxpayer expectations and what they'll be getting in the spring for their tax dollars and what will be built into the assumptions going into next year.
Yeah, I think we need to be realistic about what the future holds for some of the positive activity we've seen over the past few years, many years actually, probably 5-6 years. We've seen some pretty healthy growth figures, pretty healthy building permit figures, which have added to excess budget revenues, which ultimately has allowed us to do a lot of capital projects that we've been able to undertake over the last few years. I think in order to look into the future, you need to be mindful of what we're seeing in the economy right now, right? Interest rates are having an effect on building projects, on cap rates, on return on investments for investors. It's also having an impact on, people like me, a two-income family with kids, and you're less likely to use some of your discretionary spending because there's uncertainty around the job market, around inflation. These things are real. Also, the cost of borrowing. So when you take out equity out of your loan, out of your home, I'm sorry, it's costing you twice what it was just last year. So all these things are real, and they're going to have an effect in different ways on some of the revenue streams that we rely on. And I'm not saying, oh my gosh, batten down the hatches, start ringing the alarm bell, but we just need to be in tune with it and monitor it as we go to make sure that we don't overcommit ourselves, over-obligate ourselves for growth that may not be able to be sustained through revenue streams that we rely on to fund that.
Thank you, Mr. Ailes. Thank you, Counselor. Counselor St. Hilaire.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question for Mr. Karen. So one of the recommendations here is to set the shift at 1.75, and I was looking at the historical information that was provided, and it looks like we've gradually over the last 10 years gone, increasingly shifted to 1.75, and I read in your memo that that is the maximum allowable by law.
Yes.
I guess just looking at our trajectory and kind of where we're headed, what does this leave us for next year and years ahead?
Yeah, yeah, what's happened over the last several years is that we've consistently seen appreciation on the residential side of the market, whereas at a rate nowhere near what's happening on the commercial side of the market. Commercial's been impacted the last few years by the COVID and shutdowns and those economic issues that they've had to deal with. And what's happened is that the tax base has gradually shifted over time from a certain percentage commercial and certain percentage residential. And that residential percentage has continued to grow each and every year. In response to that, we kept increasing that commercial factor up to where last year we went to the maximum 175. So where that leaves you is that if we have a big increase in residential values next year and no corresponding increase in commercial values, that part of the tax burden next year would shift from businesses to homeowners.
There's nowhere else to go.
Yeah, there's no other option unless the legislature decides to move off the 175, and that happened during the dot-com crash when Romney was the governor back, I think it was 2003. They temporarily allowed cities and towns to go up to the 2.00, provided they ratcheted it back down over a 5-year period. Now, there has been some proposals floated the last couple of years to do something similar. I think the reason it passed back when it did was that it was Boston that was pushing it, and they had enough clout to get it through. I know Burlington filed for legislation a couple of years ago to do a similar thing, and it went nowhere.
Yeah,
So-
I appreciate that, Mr. Karen. I just wanted to point out for my colleagues as we're talking about future and, where we're headed, we're at the max, and whatever future increases in assessment, that's going to be borne by our taxpayers.
Yeah, I think that's why you're always, the preferred growth is always on the commercial side, because that helps the residents if you get commercial growth. So that's really where you gotta, your policies that favor commercial growth, for example, does have a longer-term impact on positive impact for the residential people. Just to point out that you're actually not voting on the 175. What you're voting on is what's called the residential factor, which is the corresponding. I think the residential factor for a 175 is, I had it right here, and it's 89.2596. Okay, that would produce the 175 factor on commercial. Basically what that says is that commercial will be paying 1.7 times more than what they would be paying if everybody was paying at the same tax rate.
Got it.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
And the other thing you got to remember you're voting on tonight is the open space open space exemption. We recommend not doing it because there's only one property in the city that is classified as open space, and that's West Beach. And there's really, there's no need to give them a tax break at this point. We're already giving a break on the taxes by classifying them as open space. So there are a couple other options that are available, but those are at the discretion of the mayor, so will be no vote on those. That would be the residential exemption and the small commercial exemption, but those are at the discretion of the mayor. If he doesn't make a recommendation, there's essentially nothing before the council to vote on for those two items.
Thank you, Mr. Karen. All set, Councillor St. Hilaire? Yes, thank you. Councillor Feldman, I saw your hand, I think. I imagined your hand. Thank you for the wave. Other questions or comments from members of the council? Mr. Perry, I know you are prepared to speak. I had a question, actually, Mr. Perry, for you, if I may. And it's just clarifying around the first vote on the shift. I was just revisiting the memo you had sent us, and in yours, I think you had noted that we would be voting on the residential shift factor of 1.75. Mr. Karen just mentioned the vote is actually, it should be on 89.2596. I just want to make sure we take the vote on the...
The 89 number, yes.
Okay, and so it's 89.2596. Mr. Karen, did I get that correct? Thank you. Mr. Perry.
Very briefly, just a couple of quick comments. Obviously, I do recommend to you as your budget analyst to vote the 175 or the, to the 89 number that we just articulated. I also would recommend to the council to not adopt the open space exemption. Just a couple quick comments to reiterate some of the things Mr. Ailes said. Some of you have spoken to me about property tax relief. If you do this tonight, there is a small property tax relief here, about 2.25 to 2.3 in that range. We're not going up to 2.5%, and that's mostly because of the growth issue. The exact dollar amount for the new growth is certified by the Department of Revenue, I believe today or Friday, one or the other. This morning, yeah, it was today. $1,562,156. That's the exact. That just got done today. So that's what helped us tremendously. The other comment I'd make. Councilor St. Hilaire brought it up a little bit. As you may recall, last year in the budget session, I raised my real concern about how much the values of residential could go up. I don't know if you all remember that. I talked quite a bit about that last June. What we came in this year, even though the residential folks are pretty much bearing the burden, there's a very small increase to the commercial industrial, but it's not as high as I thought it was going to be. I was worried about 4 or 5%. Came in at 2.97%. So that, coupled with the fact that we have a small, property tax relief, is, in my opinion, anyways, consistent with our policies of how we try to proceed with our budgeting. It's literally, we're in the middle of it now under the leadership of Councilor Feldman, where we're looking at financial forecasting. It's late. We'll be meeting tomorrow night to be going over that. So as Councilor Bowen, we talked about planning. That's where it begins, right there. And we certainly, hopefully, will continue that process tomorrow. Madam President, I know the hour's late. My recommendation is take those 2 votes. Hopefully, you'll take them now. The only thing I will finalize, you need to do this tonight, because if we don't do this tonight, the assessors tomorrow morning are going to ask for a meeting in 2 days for you to come back, because we have to get in the queue with the DOR to get the tax rate done. What a lot of people don't understand, if we don't certify a tax rate, we can't send out tax bills. We don't send out tax bills, we have no cash to run the city. So I strongly recommend we do that tonight. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. Councilors, any final questions for Mr. Karen, Mr. Ailes, Mr. Perry? All the members of the Late Late Club. Okay. So as you just heard, there are actually 2 votes that we need to take. So the first is I would entertain a motion to adopt the recommended residential shift factor of 89.2596%.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries 9-0. And the second vote is that I would entertain a motion that we not adopt an open space exemption.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. Oh, and I'll close that public hearing. Thank you very much, Mr. Karen, the assessors, Mr. Perry, Mr. Ailes. Thank you for hanging in here with us. Members of the City Council, there is one final order. We could not vote 278 coming out of Finance and Property ahead of 271. We've already voted 271. That was the very first public hearing that you heard at 7:30 p.m. on the transfer of the $150,000. If you can remember, go back with me to 7:30 p.m. We can now, Ms. Kent, order 278.
Order number 278, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter proposed ordinance approving the taking by eminent domain of the property of 2-4 Cabot Street for the purposes of municipal parking and increased access to the city's waterfront. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve the request.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you. Carries 9-0. Thank you, Mr. Dole. I know you were hanging in with us for that one. Thank you very much. And Councilor St. Hilaire, I don't want to assume, I'll just check in with you. I'm thinking that because we continue to be sort of having these tandem conversations about zoning, that it's okay with you to keep 237 under unfinished business?
That works for me.
All right.
Thank you for
Thank
asking.
you. Thank you, Counselor. As I said earlier, our next regular meeting will be 12/20. That is a Tuesday, so for all of us to just mark our calendars. It's moved to a Tuesday as many of our friends and neighbors will be celebrating the beginning of Hanukkah earlier in that week. It continues, of course, throughout the week, but in an effort to open up some of those first nights of Hanukkah, we'll be meeting on the 20th, 7 p.m. here in City Council chambers. Anybody else have a final closing comment, announcement, reminder? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Kim and BevCam. We're adjourned.